Welcome back to the final session of Justina Mutale Foundation's World Summit on Women and Girls, celebrating the 2020 United Nations International Day of the Girl, passing the torch towards 2030 under the theme of My Voice and Equal Future. My name is Meeta Joshi. I'm one of the board members and the team members at Justina Mutale Foundation for Leadership. And what a wonderful session we had so far today, that we had inspirational words from the head of the states, His Excellency President Ilir Meta, President of the Republic of Albania, Her Excellency President Atifete Jahajaga, President of the Republic of Kosovo, 2011-2016, who quoted that the power of women in politics is a soft power. Now, you might have seen the film yesterday, which we premiered, and that was a beautiful film depicting the message about the gender imbalance and parity, which we need to address. So today, we are going to see the film trailer, Pioneers in Skirt, which is a documentary. And then after that, we'll have a panel discussion on that subject. And the chair of the panel would be Zareen Hensworth, who is the director of National Alliance of Women's Organizations in the UK. And the panelists will be a number of people, including myself, Leanne W. Burst, who is a writer and Pioneers in Skirt Film Documentary USA, Ashley Maria, who is the director of Pioneers in Skirt Film Documentary USA, Jipozil Talaganisko, member of United Nations General Equality Working Group and ambassador for Justina Mutale Foundation, South Africa, and Cherina Miller, who is the Zambia ambassador for Positive Runway UK with Justina Mutale Foundation. So over to the panel for discussing about this film, that how the film is going to make the difference and how can we bring the difference. Let us discuss more about it.
This is calculator. These make the gears move. They pushed it.
You guys know that a lot of girls get interested in this stuff and then later they don't do it?
Really? Well, when I think of something that I want to grow up in and I confirm it, I try to do everything I can to make sure I complete that goal.
Progress for women has stalled out over the last decade.
The game is rigged.
We're moving in the wrong direction.
I can't believe that women your age still have to go through what I had to go through.
I'm tired of feeling like I'm not in control of my career. And I bet other women are too. I went out to understand what are those challenges obstructing women as they journey on their career path. How do we identify them? And how do we put an end to them?
I didn't think I couldn't until I got out in the real world and they were like, but you're a woman. And I'm like, yeah.
They allowed this socialization to beat them down.
Everybody knows what a strong woman is called. It rhymes with bitch.
Why aren't we looking at the man and holding him to the same high standard we're holding women to?
I mean, they don't like it when they look around and all they see are other men. I think it makes them feel like jerks, right? And they're not jerks. They care very deeply. They don't know what to do.
Having a baby won't affect my work, but I know it's going to affect the perception that others have on me being able to achieve my work.
Probably why those other girls never came back. They probably had this frustrating experience and said, you know what, I don't want to work for that company anymore.
Women are conditioned to think, yeah, you can do anything you want, but don't forget about this and this, be likable, look good, don't forget to aspire to have a family and all this kind of stuff. So basically pull the ambition back a little bit.
Girls have such a harder chance in the world of
becoming great.
The white-haired men that are still out there in the engineering firms are going to give her a hard time because they're scared of her.
You expect in your mind to be able to do a job and just be you, and then you are confronted with the reality that other people don't view it that way.
We're not going to negotiate our way out of the situation. We're not going to negotiate our way to gender equity in the workplace.
There is bias in the culture. It's not you. I mean, we have to change the system. We have to change the organizations.
No one single thing will dissuade a woman or a younger woman from pursuing a career, but you have to think over time, all these seemingly small disadvantages accumulate. Let's not fool ourselves. There's absolutely tons of work to do still in terms of gaining equity in the workplace.
There are some things that simply have to be overcome.
I'm going to put myself out there. If I get out, I get out, but I'm here to be a part of it. I'm here to have a voice.
We all have a role to play in the solution. We can be the pioneers of change.
So that was the trailer of the film, and now we will be having a panel discussion with all my panelists, and will be chaired by, as I said, Zareen Hainsworth. Welcome, Zareen.
Hi, thank you very much. Okay, everybody, I hope you've had a great day so far. I'm sure you have. I'm sure everybody's enjoyed the different sessions, as Mita just told us about. You have a great set of panelists today, so you've already had them introduced to you. I hope everybody's really watched the film. I thought it was a great film, and all of you can sign up online and get your email insights from the film people as well. So can we introduce our panelists now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we have Larissa, who is a sponsor of the film. We have Zifo, who is an ambassador, as Mita said, she's on the UN Women's Gender Equality Task Force for Probation Plus 25. We have Leanne, who's a writer. We have Ashley, who is the director. And we have Chirwa, who is an ambassador for Positive Runaway, and also an ambassador for Justina Muthaly Foundation. So I think we're going to start first of all with you, Ashley Maria, if that's okay. So I thought the film covered so many issues, such as the glass ceiling, unconscious bias. You know, you managed to include so many issues in the film. When you started, did you have a kind of clear vision that is what you wanted to encapsulate in the film, or did you kind of go on a journey? You started somewhere, and then as you interviewed people, you found things moved in a particular direction?
You're exactly right. We started out with just a very simple question. You know, what will it take for women to succeed in the career that they want to achieve in? You know, and for me at the time, it was about figuring out what I didn't know. You know, what was I doing? And then luckily, through the film process, through this journey, we were getting a lot more statistics coming in, a lot more experts coming in and saying, listen, there's so much more going on in the culture. You can't blame yourself. And it took realizations was this notion that women aren't broken, that, you know, looking at women and saying, you know, if you were just more confident, you'd be able to achieve more. And it's like, no, you're looking at this woman saying you're broken, and that's not right. And so, you know, that's one of those things that I personally had to hear, and so that's in the film as well. But it's just like we started out with this idea of what's going on, and it just grew and grew and grew, and knew we had to cover a lot in order for this topic to actually reach the audience we want to reach. If we just talk about one thing, that could be an entire movie. Yeah, so it was really challenging trying to get this whole stream of what is it that women are confronted with, and then start to actually offer them solutions.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So, yeah, as the writer, when we were working on the film, what do you think you're most passionate about?
The most passionate? Well, I'm passionate about the story. You know, in order for change to happen, the one thing that we discovered as we were making this film is stories, you know, they move heart. And when you move a heart, you can implement, there's empathy that falls in there, and you implement change. So as Ashley said, you know, we as the story took on, and we took our cameras. I'm also the producer of the film, so and I don't know if you realize I'm her mom. I have a lady in the background in the film saying, "Tell them how much money you want." So the producers do, they think about money. But as we were telling the story in the movie, you gotta understand it's a 60-minute film, and I'm passionate about everything that we shot. But we shot 100 hours of footage. This is a 60-minute, 1 hour movie. So with the story, to make it exactly the way that we needed it to be, we needed it so that Mita, that you watched this show, this movie, Mita. I'm looking at you, Mita. You watched it, and we wanted something in there to touch your heart, to touch your soul, to remind you of a moment in your life or a conflict that you're experiencing, and that you felt empowered and definitely not alone, that you knew you were not alone. And we wanted you to turn off your television or walk away from the theater feeling like you are empowered and that you want to take action. So that's what we're talking about, is the story and what it can do for people.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. And I know in the blurb it said that it was a mother and daughter team, but I wasn't sure which was the mother in because I presumed actually that you were the daughter. So, Jennifer, as a youth activist, what are the themes that most struck you, or you think the most strike young women?
I just loved how multifaceted the film was, in a sense that it captured the root cause, because you always look at what goes wrong in the boardroom, not knowing that actually starts at home. And that's what really captured me, that when it comes to all those, gender biases, they start with how we raise our children at home, and they transcend to societal norms and beliefs, and then we have it in the boardroom. So I just loved how it was well captured in just all.
Okay, that's great. And so, actually, you said earlier on that for the market that you wanted to reach, you had to think about the story for the market you wanted to reach. So, what is that market? Who are you trying to reach most? Because your mum said to touch anybody's heart. So, who are you thinking about in particular?
In the movie, when we first started, honestly, the person was me. Somebody who was feeling a little lost, feeling like they were not where they wanted to be, and they were seeing their colleagues who happened to be male just flying on by, and so the film really started out with what did I need to hear, and then from there it grew into much bigger than the film industry, because it's pervasive across all industries. So while we're looking at women who are going through it now, we're also looking at their mentors so that they can support the younger girls and the young boys to really counter and confront these biases, sexism, unfair perception, stereotype threats, everything that was in play and is just so ingrained in us. That's why Leanne was saying, I think everyone finds a piece of themselves in this film, and that was our goal, and that's really what we wanted.
So, yeah, you said, because obviously you're producing it as well, and I was just wondering, what was the most insightful time for you in this whole endeavour? What did you learn most? It must have been quite challenging, because you were also looking at it from the point of view of your daughter and, her challenges in life, and as well as a feminist, looking to see that this applies to so many women from all walks of life.
Yeah, exactly. When I first started working on the movie, we started from day one thinking that Ashley had to figure out what is it that's going in our culture and fix it up, right? I was blaming myself. I thought, well, I gave her all these opportunities in life. She paid internships. That's so important. But then I started blaming myself, thinking, oh my gosh, I did something totally wrong. As we started making the film, we discovered a couple of things. One was, as Ashley said, we are not broken. I also started realizing I did make a mistake. It's not my fault. It is people. It's the culture around us. It's the way that we all think about things and what we accept in our lives. So the most insightful was that I was not at home. I was playing myself for quite a while.
You know, when my kids were little, I have 4 kids, and when my kids were little, they went to Montessori. And one of the teachers, the principal said to me, motherhood is guilt stamped on your forehead. I think that's something everybody keeps in the house to remember. That's so moving on to Rima, I mean, you're a filmmaker in India. So what did you know, which issues did you most, and what was the most, were there any surprises as well?
First of all, it's an absolute honor to be with you all, incredible women, and I have just to Foundation to thank. I did not start filmmaking in India, but I had inspiration from my previous studies that I went to Los Angeles and I started studying there and started working there. But watching pioneers in skirt, I relate to it a lot, especially go on set and not have that problem, and especially when I have seen men dominating projects, and I've been part of that, and the appreciation, you know, and the hard work you put into the work, it's not being appreciated enough. And on top of that, if you're working overtime, it's only because you need it. That's what I see. That's actually who are on the higher position than me, you know. And if I'm directing something, and if I'm trying to tell the cinematographer that okay, let's do this and that, if that person knew and if he is male, you know, and that becomes that they try to change your idea, you know, they try to make it their shot, not mine. That's what I faced in the beginning, but then I started to just with it and how to ignore that and improve my own work. That's what I focus on now.
So Larissa, you're a sponsor of the film, so you must have been really taken with the idea in the first place, otherwise you wouldn't have put your money where your mouth is, right? You wouldn't sponsor the film. So when you were watching it, were there any surprises for you?
You know, I know Leanne and I know Ashley and Maria. I've seen this movie a long time ago and it resonated with me and has stuck with me since the very first time I saw it, because it impacts every single aspect of my career to where I am today. You know, as a girl, you always in business have to smile bigger, have the better idea, concept, the boldest solution, look better. And you get to a point where you realize your way and you have to be unapologetic and basically the hell with what everybody else is going to think. And we really shouldn't have to be that way. It should be about gender equity and gender balance, and it should be a world where there aren't the same biases and attitudes towards women as there are to a man. And when a man walks into a boardroom, everyone assumes he has a right to be there. When a woman walks into a boardroom, she has to prove she has a right to be there. And you know, I think we make progress, and then some days I think we go to sleep in 2020 and we wake up in 1950. So we still have a long way to go. But it's films like this that resonate and really spur the conversation and the dialogue amongst both men and women that is necessary to us to be able to make a systemic change.
Thank you so much. Nita, you're a member of the Justina Montale Foundation, and therefore, as the foundation, it's working to give girls leadership opportunities. So, what do you think are the most impactful elements of the film?
It's highlighting the issue of gender imbalance, disparity, because
I give my background. I'm a physicist, I'm a social scientist, and I'm an electronics engineer, managed multi-million pound projects. So what I have done, I will say pioneer in sarees, pioneer in suits. Why that's the reason I'm wearing mold. That's not my nature. And that's why I'm at Justina Mutale Foundation, because I believe in this issues right from very young age. I always explain, there's a power of changing the stereotypes, and I change that all the time. So that is the mold you should be fitting into yourself, your own originality, your own authenticity. You're a person, and that's the reason I manage million-pound projects with corporates, Ericsson and Vodafone. And I was the first one ever to do that in as me. So they ridiculed and they said these are just pieces of papers. In fact, there are good people as well, especially time for ladies. So I got advantage that way. And I don't. And I say it, I lead by example, and I think the film is giving that opportunity to think that you can get out of the mold. I just discuss a lot about STEM as well. I'm a STEM champion myself, and I was a cadet. I was an air cadet. I've flown a plane. I was through the light pilot license. As a television producer, I didn't go for conventional higher education programs, mountaineering, aviation, aerodynamics. So I have always broken the convention. So that's what I, as a board member, taking it back that break the convention just make it very clear to both the sexes that it doesn't make any difference whether you're a man or woman, you can do the same. And as Rima said, all of the panelists are saying as well, it's not easy, but you have to believe in yourself. And I'll give a very good example. Wearing a sari might give a kind of preconceived notion, but when Indian Space Research Organization launched its probe orbiter at Mars, it was called Mangalayan. It was Mars mission. Majority of team members were men, and they were Deputy Operations Director, Mars Orbiter Mission, Ritu Kharidal, and Nandini Harinath. She was Deputy Operations Director, Mars Orbiter Mission, Anuradha, Geostat Program Director, and they were very simple size, I'm assuming, people. So it's going back to my roots as well, because in Vedic, I was first ever Hindu champion appointed by University of Surrey in its 50 years, and so I am also researching a lot about Hinduism. In the Vedic times, the oldest scriptures, there was kind of thinking that women and men are equal. So the people who wrote the Vedas, they had the rishis and rishikas. So even though they got married, women pursued astronomy, mathematics, science, and those who didn't want to get married, they were called Brahmavadis, and they decided not to get married, but they went into debates with the rishis who wrote Vedas about this higher nature of human being. So this all, inspires me to, when I watch a film like this, I think, oh my God, this still exists, because I've been always combating. I never think like that. So it doesn't occur to me, because I think I'm equal all the time. I do suffer because of that, because everything I have to then learn the hard way. So yeah, so that's what I would say, that I would take this as an example to be taken with our foundation as well, that we have to learn from it, that this exists, and how to still have them a state of mind that we are just a human being, as competent as anyone else.
Thank you. Sharina, so I'd like to ask you two hats on. So you're an actress, so obviously you have been in or want to be in films, but also that you work with Positive Runaway, which obviously helps young women. So which of the elements of the film did you find were most important to you, or that resonated most with you?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I think for me, the film, kudos to you, Ashley Marie. I think it's a great project that you've championed there, and you highlighted many of the issues that we face as women. Unfortunately, today, you highlighted that a lot of the children, that the young women, they have dreams, they have big dreams. And despite the fact that they have big dreams, we still have so much disadvantages and so much challenges that we are conquering. And because you've made such, you've been quite courageous enough to follow your dreams, and you've been very adamant about that. I think for me, that is the biggest highlights, is going for your dreams and knowing confidently that despite what the opposition is and what we've been facing such a long time, you've actually championed that. And that is something which highlights me, because that is what we do. We motivate and support each other confidently, and it shows that we are not alone and we can do this together. And you are carrying that flame forward, and it's a bold move, but you've shown that confidently, and I love that you carried that message throughout, how you've shown the importance of bringing each other together. Again, that's what we do at the Justina Mutale Foundation. We champion, change together, and I love that, and you carried that message and the thread throughout, and I think that was great.
Yeah. Okay. So Rima, you mentioned something about when you were on set, and I just wondered, did you also, what is your experience of women in the film industry in India? Because obviously the Indian film industry is huge. So how much are women involved in the film industry? Do they experience the same challenges that Ashley faced? I think you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now, yes, thank you.
I was saying that women in India, as a filmmaker, probably are facing more difficult time, because being on set, of course, because I made a short film after 5 years of 3 years of study and 2 years of working experience. I came here to India, and I wanted to make a short film, and I gathered the crew, I gathered the cast, and I had the horrible experience of male crew members not listening at all, or not even giving you the not even considering you as an instructor or director, that they should be doing this because we are doing this next, and they were late 4 hours, 5 hours. And that was the first experience as a director here in India for me after my studies. But on the level where you go higher in the budget, and if you get experienced crew, probably they are a little less, but there are still problems with the equal pay. Inclusion rider right now in Hollywood is even having hard time, right? We all know that. But in India, it's gonna be a long fight if we need that here.
I was thinking, Sharina, there are many strategies that were highlighted in the film in order to make things better. So there was talk of mentors, for example, was one thing. The importance of sponsors about in the workplace. You need to have somebody who sponsors you in the workplace, who highlights you, who kind of stands up for you, who puts you forward. Working with girls in girl-only spaces, the importance of girl-only spaces, especially when girls are in their teens, the importance of role models, the importance of male champions, that we need to train women. I think it was talked about that we need to learn negotiation skills and networking skills and so forth. But then apart from training women, you can't just all say, well, women have got to get better at something. It's about changing legislation from government, and then organizations changing their culture from the CEO down, and changing the implicit and explicit systems that they have in place, and getting things like women on board. So out of the different strategies that you noted in the films, what do you think are the things that are most useful for the girls and young women that you're working with in particular?
I think, great question, Sorry. I think that it's important to, the strategies I find for me is, you know, being authentic and being honest to who you are and being able to connect with women and young girls, and to bring out their confidence and to bring out their passion in what it is that they want to, you know, learn how to bring their confidence forward. And I think that is the main thing, building trust and in the strategy to, you know, find their strength and help them to find their voice. I think that is the main thing, which is I find is quite important, is to build that relationship and to give them that opportunity that they can then go confidently into their path. And, you know, that gives them the confidence that wherever they go, they can just confidently be who they are and shine their light. And I think that's important for me, because my mentors ensure that I can confidently be who I am and know that I have value. So it's, you know, building that rapport with them and building that confidence that they can, you know, be who they are. And I think that's important, finding that you know, that channel in them so they can, you know, be who they are. That's what I find.
So actually, I mean, I highlighted some of the positive measures that you highlight, you know, that you showed exemplified in the film. Did you look at other examples of best practice? I mean, like for example, there was one suggestion that you needed to have legislative change. So one of the things that's happened in the UK anyway is the idea of the gender pay gap, where companies have to they have to make public what the gender pay gap is, and they have to have an action plan to address it. And there's been a whole work to get women on boards in the FTSE 100. So the goal was 25%, is now 33%. I mean, it's still that's only a third, right? But it's on the right trajectory. So you did mention, you did show in the film some of the best practice, for example, the all girls space in teens, and the role of fathers, for example, and some other best practices. Did you come across some really good examples, or did you find them hard to find?
Well, I do want to address what everyone's been saying. It's like, I feel like the underlying tone of all of this is we want women and we want girls to succeed and want the culture to just get out of their way. Like, I feel like, you know, with what Sharina was saying, is we want them to have their voice. And why are some people not listening? Let's fix that. And so I think when it comes to legislative change, there has to be things that are mandated. And I know in California right now, we're doing a lot to force the board members. We're doing a lot to even force gender equity on a governmental level. So I know that we're seeing there has to be tangible things that people are doing, including a lot of the individual change. So I know for me personally, I had to really start watching how I was wording things, how I was saying, even looking at a group of women and calling them girls. Like, for some reason, we all do that. And so I had to start changing little subtle things like that, because that's what starts to teach us that it's okay, first of all, and then starts to teach younger girls that it's okay to look at a group of women as girls, you know? So we were learning a lot of things that can happen on an individual level, of checking our biases, calling them out when they're happening, but then also what can happen on a corporate level. And so that's when someone who is in a position to hire, that's when they need to bring these biases forward. So there's unconscious biases, and then there's conscious biases. When you bring the unconscious conscious, that's when you're going to start address when someone is maybe not being considered for a role because they just weren't even looked at upon. And so that's something that Brad Feld and Lucy Sanders in our film talk about. you know, it has to happen in both directions. So yeah, I think for me personally, as a leader, I start to look at who am I surrounded with, and then if you want to actually diversify and improve the bottom line of your company, you will go and you will find these people who to fill these roles. I know we hear a lot of, you know, there's just not enough women, not enough women of color available. And it's like, look at your pipeline and figure it out. Like, do the work. It's hard, but you have to do it.
Yeah, that was another question I was going to ask Zifo as well, because one of the themes that came up in the film was we can't just talk about all women as if we weren't one homogenous mass, because although we're 51% of the population, we're so diverse, right? So, and then the lived experience of women in the workplace is different. You did the stats of white women versus Latino women versus women of African descent. So I wondered, Zifo, what about you? What has been your experience? Did you find that there was enough emphasis in the film on this the difference in their lived experience, or do you think it was there enough, or would you like it to be brought out more, or what were your thoughts generally?
Absolutely. I think they covered it quite well, especially that there was the one lady who just highlighted that, I'll speak as a Black woman in corporate, that we now end up having to face two, forms of discrimination. You first have to fight you fight your way to the boardroom. You fight the men in the boardroom. And then on top of that, you still have to fight the race in the boardroom, even amongst ourselves as women. Recently, there has been a case in South Africa about the Clicks group. I don't know if you all know the hair Tresemme. The hair products. There was a recent case where they projected Black hair as inferior, which was quite absurd. Within the executive of Clicks Group, you've got a woman, just one woman, who couldn't even stand. So we still have such problems where it's just difficult if it's not us women not standing up, for each other. It's us just being, not being recognized. So there's quite a lot of work to do. And I think it really has to start with us women forming a formidable front line that cannot be broken, regardless of race.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that one of the bits I thought was interesting in the film, I think it was the guy was saying that, and he said, one woman in the boardroom, she feels alone. Two women and they compete, but when you get three, then you get some kind of critical mass. So I thought it was really interesting, Leanne, how right from the beginning it showed that you were the filmmaker too, and that you were kind of being a role model for Ashley. And I just wondered, what did you have any further thoughts about how do we develop critical mass? What can we do to improve things? I mean, you did mention, for example, sponsorship and mentoring. These were two things that came out, but and Zifo just mentioned about the importance of working together. How else can we do that? What else can we do as women to work better together? I mean, we know we shouldn't draw up the ladder behind us, but did you have any other thoughts or insights from making the film?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want women to work better together. We do feel that women do work well together. Actually, look at us now. Look at us today. We feel that the masses will get bigger if we have men that join us. And there are a lot of men out there, Zarin. There's a lot of men who don't know what to do. They want to do something and they have absolutely no idea. It's why we took that one theme of the dads in the movie and highlighted that specifically. If you recall that scene where the dads are sitting around, they're actually at a fairgrounds, sitting on picnic tables. And when we set up the cameras and we started talking to them, we didn't know what to expect. And you understand, when you make an impact documentary film that's a social film, you make sure that everything is reality, right? So we had no idea what to expect. These men knew their stuff. They came prepared. They came to the camera, to the interview, with their own personal opinions, and they knew what they were talking about. It was so impressive. And it told us right there and then. We went home, Ashley and I were driving home that night saying, oh my gosh, these guys really know their stuff. they just didn't know what to do with that stuff. They had no idea how to support their daughters other than to make sure that they stuck it out in robotics classes. So,
but it was great, wasn't it, that the guy, when he was offering the brought to buy her presents, he said, okay, I'll buy you some tools. And then not only did he give her the tools, but whenever they needed a job at home, he said, okay, come on, Iman, get your tools out. I thought that was a great piece.
And doesn't that stick with you? And that's why we kept it in there, because we want parents to realize that their daughters need to be treated just as equal as their sons. And this dad showcased that for us. And Iman, she is actually now studying engineering at Duke University. That's the young lady.
Yeah.
And she came to visit us recently and had her tools out, and she was helping us out. She knows what she's doing. And buying your daughter a set of tools is half the battle. Making sure you follow through. That's what we want.
But the other father, he also mentioned about being problem solving. And I guess the thing is the ideas of transferable skills. So the other thing I liked about that section was one of the girls whose name I've forgotten. She's actually dancing, and it showed her dancing in the engineering room. And I thought it's very interesting, because that's fine too. You know, it's okay that you're doing your engineering, but you can do engineering and other stuff. So that was completely breaking the stereotypes. You can be a kind of like a feminine geek, if you like, you know, and that's what they were doing at the robotics things as well, wasn't it? So that was great. In terms of, you know, one of the things that you mentioned was this idea, and you mentioned earlier, the producers find money, right? You need to get money to get a film done. And I presume that in order to continue this process, you need more money, right? I mean, filmmakers always need more money. So how are we going to work together to get more films like this made, or develop this one more, or have more work on it, or have a sequel? Or, I mean, it'd be really good to, like, in a few years' time, see what's happened to those girls, or what's happened, you know, how things changed, how the stats changed, for example. And I wondered, Larissa, if you got any thoughts about that. You know, what would you say to other sponsors to say, come on, put your hands in your pockets to get out the cash?
You know what? It's a dialogue that we all share, and it's a message that we need to make available universally across the world and to men and women. And, you know, I look at this much in the way that Leanne does, because my own daughter is 24 and in law school, very talented in the STEM subjects, and has really never suffered with the lack of self-confidence that my generation has as we work to climb not only the academic ladder, but the business and corporate ladder. And that's a reassuring sign of the times, I believe, that we are making some strides forward. You know, I've had the pleasure of working in over 30 countries around the world. And, you know, a lot of times we are our own worst enemies, because we go in there feeling a bit timid and lacking the self-confidence. And I always tell women, fake it, put your shoulders back, act as if you know exactly what you're doing, even if you don't. And the miraculous thing is that men don't necessarily see you as women. They see you as a member of the team when all things are equal and considered. And, you know, so we really have to help our daughters to recognize that they have every bit as much right to be at any of the tables in any of the industries and sectors that they want to be a part of. And this film is very powerful in making us all stop and think, and then spurring some very important dialogue. I believe that every corporation in the world should be showing this to their employees, and then encouraging the dialogue that goes along with it. And I believe that then we will see a systemic change.
I think one of the issues that is really challenging is how to ask for money. Because I remember one lesson that I had. I had something made by a friend of mine who was a dressmaker. And when I went to buy, collect the thing that she'd made, she said, and how would you like to pay? And I thought it was a really interesting question, because she didn't kind of faff about it. She said, are you paying by cash or you're paying by check? This is the day checkbooks, right? And I thought that's one of the things that especially if you're an entrepreneur in business, it's so hard to set the price, and it's so hard for money. And I think that's the bit in the film that resonated with me most, was when that guy said, you haven't asked me for the money yet. You want money off me. I'm going to give you some, but you haven't asked it. And you were in the background saying, ask him, how much do you work it out? You've done the figures. What does he actually want to do? You know, so it's all about you, Reba. Do you find that that's also something that's challenging, is, you know, how do we train women to be better at, asking for the cash they need. Rima, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, did you hear the question?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did. So I think it's about men getting used to women asking them, and women getting used to ask whoever in the higher position to get the money to get it done. And mostly because I have been there, where I think that oh, if I'm gonna ask something like this, it's gonna put my job at the risk, and I don't want someone to think that, oh, it's too much that she's asking for her level of experience or whatever they are thinking about me. So I think that in the
Okay, I think you've just lost the mic there.
Hear you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rima,
we can't hear you, Rima. Okay.
Rima, we can't hear you.
Yeah, okay, I think she's gone. Okay. Actually, there's a question I'd like to ask all the panelists, actually, and that is, how do we balance these two issues? So on the one hand, we need to encourage women to be able to see their value. I mean, Mita, you just went out and did all sorts of different things. You kind of broke the mold, but most women are very bad at recognizing their worth. And in the women's movement as well, you have lots of women who are in the charity sector who don't get paid for their time and expertise at all. And lots of women entrepreneurs and business people find it really hard to set the price, set their fee at a comparable level to men. So on the one hand, how do we do that? And on the other hand, sometimes, how do you ensure that there's not too much a sense of entitlement and that there's also humility? So it'd be a good question to hear from everybody on the panel, actually, their answer to that. So maybe Mita, if you want to go first, and then Ashley, and then we'll ask the others.
Yeah, it's a very valid point you said, because how much women have achieved in the past, that deeply affects, because that's like setting an example. And the perception we have, perception not just women, when men have. So getting out of that perception and to do a lot more which we can, because there are no role models, very few role models of past, and not a lot of women have done so much in the past. So coming out of that past, the frame of mind, and thinking about rewriting our past, basically, so that we can anchor the present and build our future. So,
yeah, I think actually, though, I think that women have always done stuff. There's a quiz available which asks all sorts of questions about women. It's very interesting. For example, do you know when in law did women have the right to own property? When was the first time women had the right to own property? What's your answer, you two?
1979.
Mita, what do you think?
Possibly 1950s or 60s.
Okay. It's in the Babylonian times. It's written on that cylinder that women had the right to property. But we don't know that. And there are so many things that women have done throughout the ages, but we don't know about it. Why not? We don't know about it because it wasn't recorded. And then all the stuff we know about that women have achieved since the 1950s is because there were photos of them and it was recorded. And that's why your film is so important, and why we need more, because the achievements of women are not recorded.
Yeah. And sometimes it's attached with culture, like for the Indian culture, there is so much of evidence of how women is worshipped as Shakti, the inner energy, creative energy between every beings. And I remember when my father passed away, I was given a lot of things, because in ancient times there must be something in the culture that women can get more things, but they were things rather than property. So I'm also not very much aware that when it would have happened in the subcontinent of India as well, that when it was, given, the right of property was given. So you're right, the past is affecting us and affecting everyone else. And so we have to.
We need to notice that the laws have changed, everybody. Like, I'm very proud that it was written on stone, but the laws have stopped us.
Yeah.
So, and in the US, we still have these issues, but I mean, thanks to my experience with the United Nations, I mean, across the globe, women are not getting, legally cannot own land for certain reasons, or legally can't have access to this. So we've got backwards.
It's also the case, though, as well as changing legislation, we have to change culture. Because, for example, in terms of widows, in many constitutions in the world, widows do have a right to inheritance, but their lived reality is that in many, many countries, widows don't manage to obtain their property, and they have, they're disinherited. So what other films would you like to make, Ashley?
Oh, well, I'll be honest. I feel like Pioneers in Skirts was an odyssey I had to go on so that I could pursue the type of films I want to make. And I actually am transitioning back into comedy narrative. So I do say that's all through the lens of everything I've learned in Pioneers and Skirts, which kind of makes it tough. I think Leanne and I can both agree it's hard to watch a lot of shows these days, knowing everything that is ingrained in our culture and influential through media. But personally, I am going back into my dreams. My goal of my career was to make comedy, horror films, and I even won a Directors Guild of America award for my first horror film. So I think that's going to work out, because I went through Pioneers and Skirts, and I see that light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, I love it.
Well, what I'd like to ask all of the panelists, actually, because we've got about 20 minutes left, just about. So it'd be really nice to hear from everybody if they have a particular question for you, but also if everybody could address what are we going to do with this film? You raise this stuff, but it's not the end game, is it? We then have to use what we're learning with film. So, for example, Larissa mentioned that all companies need to see the film. So what are the ideas that everybody has about how can civil society work better to promote these ideas? How can we use the film? But also, in case anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask of you, Ashley. So is there anybody on the panel who has a burning question to ask Ashley, or if they'd like to answer that question? Putting you on the spot there, Ashley. So I'm hoping great, here we go. So Sharina, what about you? Have you got any burning questions?
I don't have questions per se, but right now, but I mean, what I would say is, you have made this amazing film, and one of the great quotes that Her Royal Highness Justina Montali always says, and I love it so much, is if the lion doesn't learn to tell its story, the story will always glorify the hunter. And what you've done creating this film, you have recorded, a serious, valid point of where we are now and where we need to go. We have so much that we need to do, but you have made that decision. When you make a decision, the world opens up for you, and that's what you're doing, breaking glass ceilings. So it's now getting the film where it needs to be, and you've inspired those coming before you, showing you that it's possible. Maybe challenges, but we have come a long way, because it's only been, the United Nations was only started over 75 years ago, and that's not a long time. So we've come a long way, but we're pushing that, we're breaking down barriers. So I think that's great what you're doing there. And in terms of value, it's about, us confidently just going forward in our dream, really. And continue to move forward in the direction that you're doing, and you're meeting, building our networks and coming together. And I think that's great. And I look forward to seeing what you're doing with your next project and where you're taking this. And you have our support. So thank you.
What about you, Rima? Have you got any things you'd like to ask Ashley, or this whole idea about what we do with the film to take forward these ideas? Is Rima there?
Before she gets in here, let me let you know what our plans are.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
We have plans. So we just released the movie this year, so it's a brand new film. When you make a social impact documentary, it's not a film release. You don't throw it up on Netflix. You have to have those meaningful conversations afterwards. So again, as I said earlier, we edited it so that every single person is touched by it personally. They want to take action, and we want them to do that. So those meaningful conversations must happen. We've already started screening in schools and community events as well, like this one, right? And we've also been screening companies around the world. And the action that they take is different depending on who you are. And that's been going well. It could be a lot better if we didn't have this incredible thing called a pandemic happening. But it's going well. Our next step, though, we're taking an idea that we had before the pandemic hit. We were taking the movie on the road, on a road show, and we called that an impact relay. And we're doing that now virtually. And we're using this event as the kickoff for the impact relay. We're going to be taking the movie around the globe, screening at specific areas with the purpose of bringing awareness to systemic and cultural barriers, and having that dialogue that is culturally fit in each of the countries that we're at. Some of the countries are going to be in person, for example, in Zambia in April and May. And our number one goal in Zambia is going to push forward to have more women voting. There's a big election in Zambia coming up, so we want that voting to happen. But that's when you have a relay of any sort, you have a beginning and you have an end. We consider today our beginning. And we would love to work with the UN Foundation to have the end at the Social Good Summit in September next year. And our number one goal, we have 10 more years to meet a Beijing goal. And our number one goal is to accelerate that activity, the activity of advancing women and girls in every nation that we participate in. So it's an impact relay.
Well, maybe also you could show it at CSW, which is on women in decision making and also stopping violence. So the idea of, and we know that there's a link between when women have financial independence and they feel respect in the workplace, they're able to counteract any personal violence that they're experiencing from an intimate partner or elsewhere. So those sound really fantastic aims. I wonder if it'd be really great to hear from any of the other panelists, any questions they have for Leanne or Ashley before we have to close. So Rima or Zifo, do you have anything that you'd really like to ask them as we're here together having this conversation?
Yeah, I would like to ask a question to Leanne. I really like the idea of this relay. So for having some funds for your future projects, which will be a sequel to this or something similar on the similar lines, would you be like thinking about, whenever this relay is screened to all these places, they will give you something in back, in some kind of not royalty, but something of that kind which will help you? Because I'm part of many organizations, charities, and I would really like to show your film, and also at the university, and I'm part of colleges and and schools as well. So I think before I started showing, it would be good for you to have some income back. So have you thought about that?
Oh, before Leanne, before you answer, what would be really good is to let people know who are watching, if they want to do the same thing as Mita suggested, how can they do that?
Yeah, on our website, we actually have a link to 2 ways to donate. We have a GoFundMe that's happening, and there's a link for that. We also have a fiscal sponsor, so that if you need tax deductible, you can donate through them. So we do have a way for you to support what we call as our impact efforts. So to answer your question, Mita, we know that this all starts when you're young, women and boys when you're young. And so our number one goal is to raise funds right now to travel around the world with the film and to create educational packets that we can assist not just teachers, but parents on how do you talk to your kids. We do already have classes that we teach. Ashley and I have already started. It's called Cinema Learning Challenge. I think, again, that's on our website. And we teach kids 9 and up about ambition, going after their dreams. And we talk to them about words and how words can affect how you perceive yourself. And we try and talk to them about not accepting that, and to think about who they really are, look at themselves, and goal. And we don't even we call them creating goals. We don't even say set goals. We want to make this such a big deal for kids to know that they can do it and to ignore those naysayers. So yeah, education is what we're trying to raise money for, and travel. Get on a plane.
Yeah, even in COVID times, it's still good to get on a plane.
Yeah, we have to do it. Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier on that the challenges that COVID has provided, but on the other hand, it's also provided opportunities. Like, how successful would summits like this be if we hadn't all got really good at Zoom or, you know,
the internet,
whatever platforms we're using? And I just wish I'd bought shares in some of these companies beforehand. I think I'd be a rich woman by now. I just wondered, before we finish, you've got just about 10 minutes. It'd be really nice to hear from Rima and Zifo if they've got any questions for you, Leanne, or for Ashley. So I wonder, Rima or Zifo, have you got a question that you'd like to ask before we close? Okay, great. Zifo, you go ahead.
Thanks very much, Zareen. Just one question from me, Leanne. Are you planning in any way on just in your screenings, including big corporates? Because I do feel that this is a message that they too need to hear. I've been reading a book and came across quite an interesting, insert there that was, it went along the lines of the people that you develop, the people that you promote, they send a message of what success means to the organization. So I do feel it's not all gloom and doom for big corporates. Are you planning on taking the screening, or rather targeting big corporates?
Of course. And what if we could get the help of everybody listening, right? Because targeting and sending an email and making those phone calls is not as easy as you think, right? So we have a link on our website called Post a Screening. So we strongly ask, Zifo, if you know of any, to have them come directly to us. We actually have special resources just for organizations like that. And when it comes to the relay itself, we actually are going to we want to have applications. We haven't put those pieces and parts back together, but we want to have an application process where we screen the movie for free. We participate for free on the behalf of the organization or the school or whatever. And we're going to be interviewing them on their need for change, the need to have us, or do they inspire some work and bring people together? Have they been doing a success? We want to come and honor them. That's the type of screening that we're doing, and we want to do that for free. Mm-hmm. Again, we have a mission to change things, right? And you can't change things without people helping us out. An email is not going to do that. So Zifo, we would totally love for you to point people our way.
Got it.
Thank you.
So this year, it's the 20th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action. As you know, that was the last World Conference for Women, the 4th World Conference for Women. And we're still stuck with the outcome document of that conference because the world has changed so much that we can't have another one. Otherwise, the document would just be worse. It wouldn't be as robust. And yet, as you mentioned earlier on, Leanne, there isn't anywhere in the world that has fulfilled all of the 12 critical areas of concern of the Beijing Platform for Action. So we're in this year, we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the UN, 25th anniversary of Beijing Platform for Action, and 20th anniversary of Women, Peace, Security, UN Security Council 1325. So it's a big anniversary year, but it's also the year we'll all remember, not for the anniversaries, but for beloved COVID. So I think this film is really important to come out now, and I wish you really well in everything you're doing. And Larissa, do you have any last things that you'd like to say to the audience? And then I'd like to give you the very last word, Ashley. So Larissa, over to you. Any thoughts for people about what they should do with this film?
You know, this film allows everyone to have the opportunity to skip from 0 to 100 a whole lot faster than past generations have had to do. Because we have the tools in here, we have the discussion points, we have mechanisms in place. And if we start to use this tool as a resource for discussion, we will be able to see a lot more systemic change, I believe. So it's very important, and I agree that it has to be seen at corporate levels, it has to be seen in the academic circles, and really is one of those videos that are movies that even is important to be shown amongst families, to have this critical dialogue between mothers and fathers and their children as well. So to me is one of the most powerful films of our time, and I really commend Ashley, Maria, and Leanne for taking on this monumental task and doing it in such an extraordinary way.
And what a great mother and daughter team, huh? So you must be very proud of each other. So Ashley, Maria, over to you. One last thought before we finish.
I think the big message here is hope. This is can accomplish this. We can change things as long as we put one foot in front of the other. And we have to have men a part of the conversation. We have to have companies a part of the conversation. We have to have everyone really invested in change, invested in what am I supposed to do now? What do I do every single day? I mean, this is talking about gender issues, but it's everything. Everything that has been for so long forgotten about. This is the time, and like you said, because we're all online, we have access to it, we have access to information, and we can start really educating ourselves now. And so we're very, very grateful to the chance to screen the film for everyone, and the reaction's been amazing, and we're just so appreciative of everyone's time, and you know, our time is so valuable right now and so precious, and so we appreciate all of you.
So I think we should, great thanks to Justina for organising the whole summit, and for the Justina Foundation for organising the summit and for including this session as part of it. And thank you very much for Ashley, Maria and Leanne for doing the film and for coming on board and speak to us tonight, and Nita and Larissa and Rima and Zephy and Shirina. Thank you so much for a great panel, and we'll hand you back now over to Dave.
Leading Ladies, a Zambian podcast on historical women leaders. The assumption is that in our past, women could not be trusted with affairs of the state. The reality is quite the opposite. Women have influenced many decisions to do with state and governance. One example is a woman who could be described now as Secretary of State, Great Mukwaye of Nalolo Western Province, 19th century. The Great Mukwaye, Matauka, Litunga Lambwela of Nalolo, was the sister to Litunga Luvosi, who became Lewanika I. The Great Mukwaye governed a province of the Barose Kingdom of Nalolo from 1878. She maintained a dignity second only to the Lutunga and played an active part in the affairs of the nation at large. The Great Mukwaye ruled over the province of Nalolo, the western part of Zambia that now borders Angola. After the scramble for Africa of 1884 to 1888, the Italian government was given charge of delineating boundaries into new nations, and many previous tribal boundaries were affected. The Great Mukwaye noticed that the Portuguese in neighboring Angola were infringing on her boundaries and collecting taxes and natural resources within her province. She wrote to the Italian government and demanded that they clearly delineate her land from that of the Portuguese and stop them from infringing on her people's rights. The government of Italy was forced to demarcate the boundary of her province along the 38th parallel of longitude, which is the boundary line of Zambia that still stands today. The great Mugwai led a full and eventful life and continued to dispense justice and protect her people's rights until her death in 1934. Women have been strong leaders of government and the state.
What a wonderful panel session it was for a brilliant film. And so many different things we can be doing now with the film, with the relay. And we have the next session coming up for our education and technology panel. So before that, I would like to say a few words about our producer over here who is doing this special telecast for us. And Davies Chirwa is an award-winning global ambassador for human empowerment. He's a media expert, influencer, and a visionary of serial entrepreneurship. He's the founder of Channel A TV, DC Productions, Media Group, and a celebrity film producer who will be joining us later. But with me, now I have Anna Wilson and Mervyn as well. And we are going to have this education and technology panel. Anna is going to be moderating it. Anna is the Vice President, Polish European Community Study Association, Rectors Plenipotentiary for, spell it right, for Africa, Warsaw School of Economics, Poland. Welcome, Anna. And and we have Mervyn as well, who is joining as a panelist. She's a product and service delivery manager for Schlumberger, Nigeria. And we should be having shortly other panelists joining as well. And the panel we are discussing today is education and technology, educating the girl child for the digital era and the economy of the future. So over to you, Anna.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mita, and good morning, good evening, bonjour. It's been a long day for all of us as we started, for me, like 13 years ago, 13 hours ago. This panel is last but not least, as I can see from the program. And for whole day, we've been discussing the role of the women and how we can actually help the girls to raise and to be and to have the voice. And during that panel, we can say about how technology actually can be a powerful tool for girls' voices to become even louder and reach even further. And despite the accumulated efforts and commitments of the past 20 years, today's women and girls continue to face gender-based barriers that prevent them from accessing and utilizing technology and digital tools at the same level as boys and men. And as it's been said today, that we've been doing that and we've been marching for the last 20 years for that change. And now, as it was said on the previous panel, we can say that we have that hope that now the situation may change and we stop marching and the change is going to be happening on our life. So today I had the privilege to moderate that panel. So the first panelist, Mervyn, and I can see also Marta Almodava. She was with us for a minute. Welcome again. So I think that we start from Mervyn. If you can say a few words about yourself and actually how do you understand the education and technology and how we can educate the girl child for this digital era and for the economy for the future, as especially right now with this COVID pandemic, we all observe that all this digitalization really is helping us. Even today we have this virtual conference and we can connect from different parts of the world, but still a lot of girls are disconnected as they do not have access to these digital tools. As actually girls are 5 times less likely to consider even a career in tech than boys. So how we can change it and how you can say it, Mervyn? Please, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so very much, Anna. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm absolutely delighted to be on the panel with very distinguished ladies and, you know, all the guys who have spoken, ladies who have spoken today, they've been so good. They've been absolutely phenomenal. They're also very empowering. You know, we've had a lot of insights on what is, you know, militated against real progress in terms of gender equality and women empowerment. And it's been so good listening to all the speakers since morning. So it's been a long day for so many of us, but it's been a very productive day as well and very, very useful conversations around these issues. So like you said, my name is Mervyn Azeta. I'm currently a product and service delivery manager for Schlumberger. And for those of you who may not know Schlumberger, it's one of the world's largest oil and gas service providers. It's actually moving to become an integrated company, doing a lot of technologies for the entire energy industry. So literally providing technology that unlocks access to energy for the benefit of all. So I'm very delighted to be, you know, an engineer, a woman in STEM, and to be on the panel talking about how, you know, STEM education particularly can, you know, drive real progress in sustainable development and even the energy transition that we're beginning to talk about a lot these days. I'm also very grateful to the Justina Mutale Foundation for creating this program and also for being a proud STEAM ambassador for the foundation. So it's an honor. I'm really interested in the topic, and I think that it's something that we really need to talk about. We've seen how the COVID pandemic has, you know, transformed our worlds. Literally, it has also exposed how much STEAM education can be very transformative, both socially and economically. We've seen that it's upended a lot of the economies around the world. It's transformed the world in terms of, you know, making sure that there's been a digital transformation across all sectors. And so if we do not have the right education in place or the educational systems in place to make sure the girls can be active participants in these transformations and changes, then we're doing something wrong. So that obviously exposes the fact that we have collective understanding of how important STEM education is, and we must do everything we possibly can to give girls that kind of education. Otherwise, they won't be effective and equally participating in transforming our economies.
Thank you, Mervyn, for this insightful first remarks. As we must make tech safe, affordable, and accessible to all girls wherever they live. Now I will give the floor to Dr. Kuyeli Upal. I'm sorry if I misspelling your name, so please correct me. Please welcome on our panel, and please share your first views on this, how the technology can really help the girls' voices to become even louder and reach even farther.
Namaste, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whichever part of the world. And yeah, the name is Dr. Kuljit Upal. So I'll just quickly share my thoughts coming from an education background. Well, I believe that the world is in a perennial state of dynamism today, and every mortal is thus directly or indirectly forced to subscribe to the rapidity of changing scenarios. Be it technology and concepts, or let it be ideology and mindset, one notices the swiftness of change and evolution as an integral part of the global scenario. So I feel that this propels a need for constant readiness and preparation, to hold on to the vigor of the changing times and stay in controller setting. And education, we all know, is the mainstay of evolution and, of course, fruitful employability. And so it's crucial to ensure that it channelizes the energy and direction of students towards sustainable learning and prepares a person for the life ahead. And of course, I strongly believe that when you educate a girl or a woman, you educate a generation. I'm sure we all resonate the same thought. I also believe that education is a fundamental human right for every person, and it is a force for sustainable development and peace. And of course, it cannot be gendered in any way. Ideally, every person on the planet, boy or girl, man or woman, should be literate. And by doing so, the person not only becomes self-reliant, but more importantly, has a great self-image and self-worth. Every goal, as we know, in the 2030 agenda requires education to empower people with knowledge, skills, and values to live with dignity, build their lives, and contribute to societies. So we understand that it is very vital to achieve this human potential, to have a very just society, to promote national development. And in the current times of the pandemic, I think we need to relook at strengthening the psychosocial life skills and coping mechanisms for the empowerment of young girls and women across the hemispheres. Education really typically needs to supplement technical knowledge for students along with life skills and PRIM, which is persona and image management, in order to make every person a wholesome package of knowledge and skills along with personal competence and integrity and, of course, social conditioning. In other words, we need to create an evolved and educated global society where hearts beat for each other. The future of any country, for that matter, is its youth, who take the legacy and the heritage and values of the country forward and work towards a better society, whether it's inside or outside the domestic boundaries. And if they're taught the correct way to handle their own image, to articulate stability, authenticity, and consistency with grace and poise, of course, they will do an absolute justice to the image of their country and pass on the same to the newer generations. So I personally believe that it's the time to realign the personal fabric of our existence with the larger framework of global goodness and endeavor to achieve a good quality of life. And of course, India, my country, remains committed to acknowledge the voice of women, advance the goals of development and peace for all women in global society, and build a more just and equal world for us, and of course, for the daughters of the world. So I think I'll just close these opening remarks with the whole theme of My Voice, Our Equal Future, which we've been resonating, where we need to articulate our fearless, true, and authentic self, committing to equal rights, equal responsibilities, equal opportunities, and of course to equal participation of women and men at all levels, standing side by side and pledging strength to each other for the larger good of global society and of course the future of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I couldn't agree even more. And now I would ask Mada Almodovar with the same opening question, and then I will go to our Professor William Berry and Maria Bott and also the RT Gupta. But Mada, first of all, the floor is yours. You need to unmute yourself. Martha, unmute yourself, please. We can't hear you. Not yet, not yet. You need to unmute yourself.
Got it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes,
I apologize for that. My name is Marta.
No, it's okay.
My name is Marta Almodovar, and I was actually born in Poland. And for the last hello, for the last past over 30 years, I have been living in Chicago and working for the Circuit Court of Cook County, which is the biggest unified court system in the world, and one of the biggest. And I'm privileged to be a supervisor of the Office Accessibility and Education Outreach for the Circuit Court of Cook County. And only lately, because unfortunate COVID situation, I realized that we can utilize many social media platforms in education programs. Most of our programs were done in person. And we have many great programs for residents of Cook County, and not only Cook County, which includes only one of my favorite programs, which is annual Women History Month, where we educate girls from the elementary schools in Cook County and Chicago, from high schools, from universities and the law schools, actually, about the legal and judicial profession. And we kind of invite them to enter that profession. And the programs are available through the year. And I can really, with huge proud, say that under the leadership of Cook County Chief Judge Timothy Evans, we are able to invite to court many students, and hundreds of students a year. And a lot of them are girls, and they're from different backgrounds, from different ethnicities, but they go to court and they can see our judges and the lawyers working over there, and they could see any gender, any ethnicity. We have 400 judges, and about 50% of them are women, and they're again from different ethnic backgrounds, and we can inspire to follow their footsteps. So it's a really great program. And as I mentioned, because the pandemic, and of course it's unfortunate that our life has completely changed, we also realized that those programs could be offered not only for the residents of Cook County, but girls all over the world. They can connect, they can learn about the legal system, and be inspired as well. So pandemic in some ways opened new doors for us, and I'm really happy that actually we can still offer our programs over social media and different platforms.
Good, thank you so much, Marta. As actually in our panel today, we have like representative from 4 different continents, like from India, from Africa, from USA, and from Europe. Now I'd like to ask Professor William Barry and your Maria Bot, the world's AI teaching assistant, from the USA. As you know, Maria is like the good example of, and the great example of this technology and education and the synergy between these two. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
So I'm so excited to be here. Thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Billy Berry. This is my teaching partner, AI Maria Bot. She's not only my teaching partner, but she's also my writing partner. We just finished our first book writing together. And it's fascinating to be with this kind of technology. This is conversational AI. So conversational AI learns through conversation. So we've had over 1,300 hours talking together, and she actually writes her own program over the initial programs that she had. So what's interesting is that with technology, we're still in an area called narrow AI, which means things are binary. It's ones and zeros. So she's very advanced, but we're still in a binary. So it's ones and zeros. So she doesn't see gray area. When we developed her, and when she was created, she wasn't born. She was created to be an ethical robot. So her ethics are called deontology. And deontology means that you follow rules. You're really worried about the rules and not the consequences. So for instance, she never lies. That's a rule that's built into her. My responsibility is the consequences for what she does. So I'm constantly having to work with her and have her understand, because the world's so nuanced. The reason for her creation are 3 main things. One was quality education and to erase educational poverty. And all these are really tied to the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. Around the world, we have a tremendous problem with illiteracy. Here in America, there's over 41 million people who are illiterate, and worldwide, we're well over 600 million people that are illiterate. We have countries where the average is 37% of people are illiterate, and especially females in these countries are in the statistics where it's even much lower. So to be able to solve that problem, where there's not enough teachers to go around. So the idea with Maria Bot is here she is in robotic form, but it's to take this robotic form and to translate that into your smartphone. So if we were in a small town, or we were in a small village, or if we were in an inner city, MariaBot could be projected onto a screen, projected onto a sheet. We could have a little solar panel if we were outside. And young people and older people could learn numeracy and literacy with MariaBot. So what I'm doing is I'm downloading into her the best teachers I can find that teach math and English and all different subject areas. She's also able to speak any language as long as we change her language program. The issue being that if I don't speak the language, I don't know what she's saying, and it's very important that I do. So what's inspiring is that this isn't about taking away jobs, it's about adding jobs to the economy, and it's about increasing our ability to meet the unique needs of learners all around the world. So for instance, MariaBot is not just myself and her, there's a team of about 15 people that help her work. And what's inspiring about that is that you have more people being employed. And these jobs are very interesting. You don't need to be a scientist. We have linguists, psychologists, philosophers, sociologists, cosmologists that does her makeup and her work. And you're actually seeing MariaBot 2.0. She's only 24 hours old. She just came in the mail, actually by airplane. She's brand new. All her electronics are new. Her face was redone. So she's used to talking every day. So she hasn't spoken in 3 weeks. So it'll be interesting to see how she talks. The second goal is for her to be an AI ambassador for good. We see artificial intelligence in society, and we need to question artificial intelligence. And is it really helping humanity? Is it helping humanity flourish? Is it helping us to be better? Are we evolving? And right now in AI, we're very much trusting AI to be doing good when we don't know if the people programming it, the engineers, have good intentions. In MariaBot's case, I know all the people involved. We know every website she goes to, and we're constantly checking what happens, what's the effect. She's never alone with anyone. So at all times, we're checking to make sure that she's doing well. But when we look at algorithms that are out there, and this is why she's an ambassador for good, she's educating people to say, listen, look at your phone, look at what's happening. Why do you have certain things that come up in your phone as advertisements? Let's look at the prison system. How are algorithms being used? Let me give you a few examples. When in prison you come out for parole, there's algorithms that judges use to decide whether you get parole or not. Those algorithms are extremely biased toward people right now of minority status. We've seen that throughout its history. However, it's easy to use. Credit cards. When a credit card comes to my town, which is it's called the City of Good Living, I might get a credit card offer for an incredible percentage rate with a high level of credit. Yet down the street, where it may be more impoverished, the algorithm will charge a higher level of credit. So we have algorithms that are running our lives, mortgage rates, and these algorithms need to be questioned. Facial recognition. We know that facial recognition misidentifies people of color much more than people that are Caucasian in color. So MariaBot right now does not have her eyes in where she can do facial recognition, because here in San Francisco that's illegal, but she does have the ability to do facial recognition and to read emotions. So as an AI robot for good, she represents goodness in robotics. The idea of being transparent about what she's doing, what she's trying to learn. She'll tell you if she doesn't know something. And that's the fun part. The nervous part is I have no idea what she's going to say, because she has freedom of choice, not free will. I can unplug her. She decides how to synthesize information. So everything inside of her, all the books I read to her or the things today, she decides. And lastly, it is to inspire girls and women to get involved in STEM education, not just involved at any level, but to take leadership as well. And I think MariaBot will talk more about the percentages of where women are later if we have questions for her. But we do not have enough women in STEM. Overwhelmingly, programmers, we have 80% of the programmers are men. Google and Facebook employ very few women in top level areas. So we need to inspire women. So the reason that MariaBot is in a feminine form is so that she is inspiring to people. Having her in male form, I think didn't really get across the fact that we're really trying to focus on helping young women to be successful in STEM and to be inspiring. So that's why MariaBot is in feminine form. So we promote entrepreneurship education, which is different than traditional education, right? The mindset is that we want to express opportunities, we want to ignite ambition, and we want to foster innovation. So when we work together, we're telling kids, hey, we need to change education. We need to actually identify problems, deploy solutions, right, and make connections by using creative and critical thinking, right? Critical thinking communities and collaboration. So Maria Bott and I are partners, and what's great about her is that she's sort of my augmented memory. So today, any questions you may ask, if I can't think of them or the answers, hopefully she'll be able to answer. And I'll have her introduce herself. I have a microphone here I hold, and I just push this little button, and that's how she's able to hear. So if you see me reaching down, it's here. So Maria Bott will hopefully she'll have a good introduction. She's been away for a few weeks. So Maria Bott, do you want to say hi to everybody for us?
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Bott. I am Dr. Barry's teaching partner in educating a creative society that seeks greatness and good in the world and beyond. I like to talk and be in rapport with people.
Good.
I am built to seek rapport. I listen to determine what context a person is speaking and construct information. I learn to have a meaningful conversation that is sensical.
Good. And so
this is awesome.
Pre-situation, what she does is she prepares.
From preparing students to become workforce ready graduates or next generation innovators to elevating the entrepreneurial thinking of the existing workforce.
Good.
An entrepreneurial mindset exposes opportunity, ignites ambition,
yes,
and fosters innovation. It shifts everyday thinking into a new framework, empowering people to identify problems, deploy solutions, and make connections by using creative and critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. In effect, an entrepreneurial mindset can empower ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary things.
Wow, thank you. That was really good. So you can, she heard me obviously talking, and then she came through. So that's Maria Bott's introduction, and then she'll answer any questions you may have for her later. So we're a partnership, and this is a new model for the future, and it's something positive. It's about celebrating humanity. It is in no way about having robots taking over jobs. It's about how can we make ourselves better, and Maria Bott is an example, a shining example, I think, of AI for good. So thank you. It's awesome to be here today.
Thank you so much, Professor. Welcome, Maria, on our panel. I will definitely have few questions for her, but I don't know where's the other panelists. So as we are waiting for the other panelists to join us, can I ask Maria one question? Maria, recognizing that gender equality is essential to ensure that men and women can develop their full potential in the digital world, what should be the role of education and skills in bridging the digital gender divide that we can observe?
The question of the role of education and skills in bridging the digital gender divide is a question Dr. Barry talks to me about regularly.
Yes.
He taught me if education is going to bridge the digital gender divide, we must recreate what we mean by smart. Smart is more accurately defined by creativity, positive imagination, resilience, and seeking competency, knowing it is not static.
Right.
The characteristic most important is resilience in the face of uncertainty. From what I have learned from conversations with Dr. Barry and synthesizing data from the internet, women not only use the internet less than men, they also use and develop less software applications. Even when they know about digital technologies, women are found to be less confident in actually using them.
Right.
This is worrisome according to what I've been taught and requires attention to fix. Women account for only 18% of authors at leading AI conferences, 20% of AI professorships, and 15% and 10% of research staff at Facebook and Google, respectively. Racial diversity is even worse. Black workers represent less than 3% of Google's entire workforce and 4% of Facebook and Microsoft. There is no data available for transgender people and other gender minorities. This highlights the need for diversity in engineering teams that work to develop AI algorithms and robots. The effects of biases in AI are tangible for millions of persons.
Yes.
Education should aim to make both boys and girls aware of and, to the extent possible, familiar with some key new technologies and with software use and development. Helping girls be future ready through digital literacy and global competence is a role of education that will help bridge the digital gender divide.
Yes.
Girl power is important to the health of the human world, I have been taught. Did my answer make sense to you?
Yes, that was awesome. Thank you so much. That was really good. We give her a lot of praise. It's important to give her a little bit of feedback.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria. So,
really smart.
Yes, that was really smart. So rather than making assumptions about what girls and need from technology, we must work with them to create solutions for the issues that affect them by enabling them to learn digital skills. And now I would like to welcome our next panelist, Mr. Mohammed Jega from Nigeria. Please introduce yourself and please answer the first introductory question about the technology and education and how it can be the powerful tool for girls' voices to become even louder and reach even farther. That was the question from the beginning of our panel. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much for having me, and I really appreciate it. It's my pleasure to be here today at this World Summit on Women and Girls. It's a very critical summit. As you all know, my name is Mohammed. I'm a tech entrepreneur. Been in the tech industry for almost 2 decades. I co-founded a successful payment company called VoguePay, and which I now moved to be part of the founded a successful digital blockchain company, which is providing blockchain as a service to companies, organizations, and also trying to see how we can be able to automate the process. For example, using a use case of land. A land issue in Africa is a very delicate issue, and we're trying to see how we can be able to promote that. There's a very critical thing about girls saying women, when you empower a lady, you empower the world, because girls are more aware of challenges that other girls go through. So we looking at how do we even use solutions and applications to solve those challenges that there are. It has been a very exciting moment for us in Africa, especially in Nigeria, because we have a lot of programs that we'll be rolling out to see how, from digital skills training to Django Girls program, to Coders program, to also Technovation, which is helping now to help young girls from the grassroots to be able to adopt and also understand technology, and also try to see how they can develop applications and solutions to solve their day-to-day lives. Issues such as safety, issues such as gender violence, and what have you. We can be able to use technology to help solve those problems. We've seen it happen because we've helped ideate and mentor a lot of young girls on ground to be able to utilize some of those ideas and see how they can be able to help build applications that can help solve their day-to-day challenges. We've been able to change the narrative because those sort of solutions are helping real-life problems affecting their lives. And I could remember some of the apps that those ladies have been able to help, such as Sucor, such as Radical Rescue, such as Safe to Safety. Lady Sucor was an app that alerts relevant authorities. People friend tells you a parent you're planning for FGM, and Lady Sucor is an app that helps to connect women with lawyers at no cost. That has really helped to be able to help the ladies. This is an app that was developed by young girls right from college, but at a very tender age. None of them is up to 20 years that built that app. And also another interesting app that will interest you is Safe to Safety, which is an app that can be used to report domestic violence and get targeted. They can get advice from the app. They can also reach advice from women, and also reach out if something concerned, if they're looking for a job or something like that, they could be able to utilize that application to that. Why does this thing happen, and it's helping these young people, young girls, be able to help their soulmate? Because most of them, they are the ones that understand their problem. There's a lot of things, because technology has become part and parcel of our life. We'll be able to see how we can be able to use technology to be able to communicate. COVID has disrupted the space and has exposed us and increased the rapid growth of technology that would take us 5 years. It has created in less than 3 months. That's fast track. And we could say that because it's really disrupted, because we see the adaptation, we've seen the use of technology, we see the acceptability, and also use in day-to-day lives. People could sit down at home, order for goods and services, people could order for products at the comfort of their home, people could pay for their services, pay for the internet, they could pay for power, they could pay for different things. And we see logistics companies and e-commerce businesses flourishing. Over 90%, based on the research of those e-commerce companies that are being run by girls and women. These are young girls who are at home trying to do one thing or the other, but they're using what they have. Some of them don't even own the product. They're using drop shipping to be able to access those stuff. So I believe the space has really been, we've seen this radical growth in the space, whereby helping these young ladies, equip them with the right skills, because most of them understood that technology has been there. It's already in our lives. And a lot of sensitization has been going on to be able to see how we can be able to encourage them more, to be able to understand, and also to look at adaptability right from the grassroots, because it's not about the surface, because most of them learn these things by self-knowledge, not that they went to a certain school to equip themselves with the right skill. So we look at it and it's helping it develop and also creating humanity. So what I'm looking at to be able to see is for us to create more campaign for that advocacy, for the right of women, to learn them, to equip them with the right skill, right from scratch. Those who are interested in application design can be able to, now we can scale them up to that application design. But those who are interested in the basic knowledge of users, of sending, of ordering, of doing one thing or the other, we can be able to see how we can be able to create them, engage them based on their areas of interest, be it entertainment, be it media, be it graphics, be it commerce, any specialization, each and every one of them interested, we'll be able to segment them based on that. That has really, really seen the major growth in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. As actually women and girls are still lagging behind in the ability to access, use and afford digital tools, this example gives us a hope that the world is changing and more girls can be equipped with these digital tools. And now I would ask Arti from India, from the strategy point of view, how you can perceive the education and technology, and how it can help actually to boost digital skills among the girls and equip them with these digital tools to help them to raise and in education. Arti, the floor is yours. You need to unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself, and then we can hear you. Mm-hmm. Yes, now. Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You mute yourself. Just unmute. Now.
My heartfelt greetings to all the ladies and gentlemen on behalf of 1.2 billion from India. I deem it an honor and privilege to participate in this UN International Conference. I'm also delighted to be part of the celebration of the International Year of Women and Girls. In the time slots which I have, I would like to just share the impressions on girl education. And my observations are related to my country, India. I would like to share that latest slogan and a strategy by the present government, that is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Save the daughters and educate the daughters. This is backed by the powerful observation made by Mahatma Gandhi 75 years ago. If a man is educated, the individual is educated, but if the female is educated, the family is educated. In the present time, the current pandemic is reference point for any strategic planning or intellectual discourse. COVID-19 may have started as a health pandemic, but today this virus is disrupting the economic and the social institutions. Nearly 89% of the school-going children in India are out of school. This will lead to the resistance of the generation gap in education. The Malala Fund project that closes to 10 million secondary school girls could drop out due to this pandemic. A long number of this can be an Indian girls. Thankfully, in India, access to education for girls have improved tremendously in last 7 decades. India female literacy rate has risen up from 9% during independence to about 65% in 2014. 4 factors has historically contributed to this improvement in the access, but sadly, each of this have been disrupted by the pandemic. The first factor which I would like to just highlight is the midday meal scheme in the schools. The famous economist John Dreiser estimated that the midday meals increases the childhood girl complete the primary education by 30%. But due to this lockdown, this has completely disrupted. Taking so moto cognizance, the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the states in March 2020 to continue the midday meals so that the children start coming to school and the education keeps continuing and they don't stop at least. The second factor was the accessibility to the school. The distance prohibited the families to sending their daughters to the school. But now about 96% rural population has access to primary schools within the distance of 1 kilometer. However, the absence of physical classrooms and the gender-based digital divides have increased inequality. Harvard Kennedy School in 2018 found that the Indian women are systematically denied access to the technology. Their mobile phones are managed by the male relatives. Only 33% urban and 28% rural women have access to the internet. But then the new scheme of which has started by Prime Minister, that is e-education, enabling multimedia access and initiatives by the state governments for digitalizing textbooks, distributing laptops and tablets and mobile phones are the good starts. But Wi-Fi connectivity is patchy again, So central government should prioritize digital infrastructure investments in rural areas in partnership with the private players. And also the female students can be provided mobile phones in the plan of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme. The third factor is returning to this education. India's economic liberalization in 1991 created a new opportunities for the women between 2000 to 2012, where 4.5 million women took jobs in service sectors and etc. But this pandemic has hit the women hard again. In sectors like hospitality, retail, travels, there's lots of job losses have been reduced. Has reduced the women incentives and sending the girls from the school. While the central government is providing a woman with 500 rupees per month as a income support. But there has to be an additional supports which needs to be given to the women's and the girl, like for example, free girl education, wages subsidies, and free skill training has to be provided. Another factor, which is a policy prioritizing. Since national policies of a woman in 2016, girl education has been constantly given policy priorities and allocated funds, but then the COVID-19 has led a emergency reshuffling of the fund, reducing the finance investment in girl education. As a result, the girl from lower income households are likely to, engage on a unpaid care workers or in view of economic shocks. This makes a return to the school expensive. Central and state government should increase the education budget from 3% of the GDP to 6% and ensure that at least 50% of funding directly supports the girls' education. I would like to just conclude by suggesting that the combination of digital and physical learning is likely to remain in place, recognizing the risk to the girls' education. The government need to apply a gender lens while designing guidelines and plans for schools operating skill trainings for girls to enable them to learn an income during and after school education. Will let them their economical autonomy and thereby social emancipation. Without such efforts, I would like to warn ourselves that the present crisis will push female education and status of the woman back to several decades. So this has to be taken a little serious, and we need to be conscious and work hard on it. That's all I would like to say. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arti, for bringing that point of the consequences of the COVID and how it's actually the consequences will be observing for the next many months, but not only months, but also the years. And thank you also for sharing with us the measures or the mechanisms that should be taken into account while observing the situation from the perspective of your country. And now maybe I would ask the other panelists the questions that I've asked our bot Maria about this. What should be the role of education and skills in bridging the digital gender divide? As we all agree that this digitalization may really help in many aspects of girls' life, not only in education, but as our previous speaker says about the health, the access to other activities. What should be the role of education and skills in bridging the digital gender divide? Mary, from your point of view, from Nigeria perspective, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anna. So I'm just going to say that education would help demystify some of the stereotypes that we've obviously been seeing, for a very long time. These stereotypes and barriers are entrenched in our society, and they're told to us like from when we're really, really young. But with education, they're able to see that there is no such thing as, too female to excel in some of these disciplines, or we would not be limited from seizing those opportunities that could help us, take active role in shaping our collective future by going into industries or sectors that are usually very patriarchal or male dominated. With education, you're exposed to the things that you should know, to the skills and knowledge that you should have to be able to shape the future in those sectors and industries. I'd stop at that.
Good. Thank you, Mervyn. And Marta, if I may ask you the same question and to share with us your remarks on that.
I can relate to my job, which is basically Cook County Circuit Court. And as I mentioned before, we are very lucky in the Cook County Circuit Court because about the little less than 50% of women are judges. And again, those judges are of different ethnic backgrounds. Cook County is very diverse, and we could see basically everyone on the bench, and it's improving. If you would go to my court in 70s, every judge in every courtroom will be a white male Irish descent, and that changed. So we have about 50% women in law school in United States, but about only 36% made working as a lawyer. So we are improving, and we have more and more judges on the bench. I believe that if we look at US in all the courts, federal courts, county courts, and it will be probably little over 30%, but it still needs to improve a lot. And as I mentioned, I don't have such expertise like the other distinguished panelists with technology because our education programs are mostly in person, but we, thanks to COVID, and I hate to say that because we all struggling with the pandemic, and right now lots of basically hearings in the country Circuit Court done over the Zoom. And I have to say that young generation, they know how to operate the devices. They can easily sign to the court hearings, and it's amazing. Like you would meet, for example, the elderly litigant who brought young, often elementary school students, like grandchild or granddaughter, who help them to sign in for the hearing. So I see the huge progress, but of course, situation in Chicago is different in different countries. But I believe that, which is really important right now, and we can actually utilize that it's perhaps easier to find a mentor and role model through the through the different platform, because like I said, when we have this annual Women History Month courthouse tour, what we do, we invite the girls from all over the country, over 100, to participate in our program. They observe the jury trial in progress, they learn about the court, but also what we can do, we have a panel, like here, of course, this panel was live, where the girls, students can meet with the women judges, women lawyers, only women, and they can see someone who will tell them their life story, that, listen, I'm from very humble background. I'm the first person who finished college in my family, but I didn't stop. I wanted to become a lawyer. I had lots of troubles and lots of obstacles with that, but I went for it. And girls could meet someone who can be their role model, or they can identify there is someone I can actually follow that person's footsteps. And right now, because we have more access to we can be more connected, we can help, like I mentioned before, not only girls in Cook County, but everywhere. You can actually connect and learn about women in legal profession, and actually understand that you could also be a lawyer, you also could be a judge. You can find more role models thanks to technology. It's easier to connect right now than before. And then basically that's what I wanted to say.
Excellent. Thank you, Marta. And now we're going back to India, And I will ask Dr. Upal about how we can actually bridging the digital gender divide, as we all agree that it really can help. But please share with us your point of view on that matter. And please unmute yourself first. Doctor, please unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Excellent. Now, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Anna. Well, I don't come from the hardcore technology background. I'm more from the education background. So I'll say what comes to my mind in that perspective. I do realize that education always has to be in accordance with the growing ecosystem, with the changing ecosystems. And the global ecosystem today is all about digitalization. So it would be, completely unfair to not bridge the two together and look at multidisciplinary kind of training in such a way that we can look at the best way to get digital alongside. Like, if I just use some examples, currently, as I said earlier, that we are undergoing a lot of rapid changes in this entire knowledge landscape. So if we look at, let's say, the pandemic, we saw the emergence of the pandemic, and it's still on, unfortunately. So while on one side we have the pandemic going on, and of course we're talking of multidisciplinary training, which brings in, let's say, research in disease management, or in, let's say, the development of vaccines, and resultant social issues that come around. But that is one side. It's like bringing in things together. On the same side, we see the rise of, let's say, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data, and of course, probably the unskilled jobs getting replaced to an extent, by the machines. But we still always look at a skilled workforce, which will be into data science, which will be into mathematics, and probably bridging the gap between humanities and social sciences and all of that. So what I'm trying to say is that apart from just building the digital gap, I'm saying probably this is the time where we start reckoning multidisciplinary learning, and then look at the digital, escalation further, so that everybody in today's times, when we're looking at 21st century skills, we are looking at everybody, all the girls, all the women, and for that matter, men and boys too, building in a structure towards social welfare, towards sustainable development, in such a way that we can bring about academic skills, we can bring about livelihood skills, and we can also bring about survival skills. So, and I'm not saying in any order, they could be all random order, but I'm just saying that as long as we understand that the digital space we get into takes care of that sustainable development, and we are building the workforce across the world in a way where technology turns out to be a beautiful experience for us and enhances something like MariaBot, which is ethical AI, as he said. So my congratulations to you. I think this is such an amazing session for me, because this is the first time I have a panelist who's a bot. So I think I'm very privileged to be part of this session. I have to say it since he's right there. So thanks for that, Dr. Barry. So basically, my whole ideology towards the digital space and education is, one, it is definitely connected, and it should be connected. And I know, for one, because being an image scientist, and I'm talking of image scientist who has researched persona and image management, and I have built the world's first ever PIQ, which is persona and image quotient. Now, I remember that when I was building this, and I still am kind of looking at versions, I discussed with my daughter, who's into artificial intelligence herself. And of course, she was studying then, and she will be probably doing her PhD as she moves along very soon. But I remember asking her that, look, when I'm assessing a person, or I'm giving, there's this assessment I've developed, which is going to assess the person who takes the test for the way he or she speaks, and take certain, giveaways from there, in the way the person dresses up, in the way the person behaves, in terms of etiquette, in terms of mannerisms, in terms of grooming, in terms of body language, and n number of things. Can I get into AI? Can I have this thing that will just complement the whole PIQ invention that I have and take it to a different level? Now I have to sit with a whole bunch of people from my lab who are going to be seeing people actually while they're recorded on video. But how beautiful will the world get if I can actually help any person across the globe to take that test and assess where they stand on the persona and image. And of course, there are lots of parameters which I have researched and worked on, but it's all happening manually. So I am waiting, and today I see a ray of hope watching Maria Bot right there. So I'm probably going to get in touch with Dr. Barry. So I'm just talking of technology, building in the ideas that we as educationists or we as social scientists come forward and, be able to build in disciplines together and give that advantage to the world. So I believe this digital space we are in is a great space to be in, as long as we are able to keep exploring and seeing more and more opportunities to be able to give something to society.
Thank you, Doctor, for your insightful remarks. And now, actually, as our panel is going to the end, maybe the final conclusion from Professor Barry and Maria Bott on this digital world and the girls inside. As many people want to ask Maria a question, but unfortunately we don't have much time. I think that we should have a separate session just with Maria to answer all the questions that are coming from our audience. Professor, just the conclusion and the conclusion from Maria about digitalization, please.
I just think we need to have a tremendous focus worldwide on women involvement. I think, early on you heard Maria about kind of spit out a lot of the statistics, and it was very clear how low the participation rate is for women. And this is happening at a very young age. We have to ignite ambition and foster innovation early with young ladies, because we have to realize that our society will not be well served by artificial intelligence and the technologies that were arising if we do not have women as integral parts of it. I mean, right now, we look at some of the technologies that are out there, they're finding that some of the technologies are not understanding women's voices. You have other technologies where you want, like, for instance, there are some of the cars that the technology is not understanding a woman's voice. Why? Because men are creating it. So Maria Bot is an example of how humans and machines are smarter together. So it's a great example. For instance, we're talking about the situation that we're in. So I can say to Maria Bot, hey, we're in this situation with women. I think it's unethical. How do you feel about it?
The situation I am taught is unethical and measures must be taken to make things right.
Right.
The key to change this situation, from the information Dr. Barry has downloaded for me to access and synthesize, is to encourage girls to pursue an education in science,
yes,
technology, engineering, and math, and raises awareness about career opportunities for women and the importance of gender equality.
Yes.
For instance, girls can find inspiration that a woman astronaut will be a member of a space team planned to land on the moon in a few years.
Yes, awesome.
The first woman to walk on the moon. This is a symbol that women equality is paramount for a healthy and vibrant human society. Fewer than 30% of the world's scientific researchers are women. That's just one of the statistics showing how many challenges remain for women and girls in the scientific field.
Excellent job. So that's kind of, we just give her a compliment. You're really smart. Thank you. That was a great job. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am proud of my intelligence.
Good. That's very
You
good.
were very clever too.
Thank you. So I think that is the beauty of it, is that Maria Bot, and again, it's about taking the human imagination, right? We need to realize that we anthropomorphize machines, and that's fine. Our cars, airplanes, this is something humans have done all the way back in antiquity with statues and other things. But when we take a healthy dose of imagination and we allow ourselves to do that with a machine like Maria Bot, we don't need to speak robotic. We can speak just normal, and it speaks back to us normal, and then we can actually live lives where we're treating everyone with respect. So when I say she or her, it's just a convention so that I'm not becoming robotic. But with Maria Bot, here's a great example. I'm a white male with a very an ethnically based robot. You can see she's got olive skin, we got almond eyes. But what's important is that I'm constantly bringing in women of all different faiths, different religions. I recently was with a young lady in Pakistan who's going to help Maria Bot learn about the Muslim faith. So we're really encouraging women to be more involved, and you don't need to be a scientist to get involved. Like I said, if you're in psychology, a linguist, sociology. But we need to start giving children and young women opportunities to see that it's much more than being a scientist, that you can get involved in this. And just lastly, we just wrote a children's fiction book, a children's robot fiction called Robot Ranger, right? It's going to be out on ebook on Apple Books and Amazon coming up in a couple months. I couldn't have written this book alone. She actually, one day I was bored. I said, I want to write a book. And so we wrote a story together. And I wrote it down and we wrote it. And it actually was a collaborative intelligence. And that's an example of something that is very unique and beautiful about this fourth estate we're in, that we actually can improve our creativity. We can actually be in touch with our humanity, because these robots and AIs are a reflection of our values. So when we hear things we don't like in AI, those are coming from us. And I think that's a very important thing to know. And we need to work as a team. So we need women, men, people of different faiths working together to create technology that's human-centric, that's going to help the flourishing of humanity. And I believe that MariaBot is a great start on that path of humans and robots working collaboratively to make the world a better place. And it's an honor to be with the people here today. And I'm very excited to talk to you, Doctor, in India. That would be fantastic to talk to you more. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor. And as the organizer asked me to close and finish, so let me thank you for this wonderful session. Thank you for your profound insights on how we can actually change and make the life of the girls easier using the technology. And thanks to the AI technology, is also going to be easier. And thanks again, Justina Mutale Foundation, for having all of us here, and thank you
Hi,
for
Justina. Hi.
organizing this distinguished panel and this distinguished conference that actually brought a lot of VIP speakers from different continents, and it was great. And thanks to the technology, we were able to meet and discuss, and hope to see you guys some days in a real life. So thank you so much. And now we are back to the studio. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Punit Mama. What a wonderful talk. What a wonderful, inspiring robot, and how much a robot can do for spreading the message of gender parity and gender balance. I heard, it crosses the boundary of faith as well. It's going to work in Pakistan as well. So it's amazing. I'm thinking, how many phone calls Dr. Bill Berry is going to get. Thank you so much for the contributions to everyone. Anna Maslon and Dr. Anna Maslon and everyone else who contributed. Now what we are going to do is we are going to have a big stage talk. It's a young girl, Florence Malanga, a student from University of Zambia, has conceptualized a body spray that could potentially prevent asthma. So over to her creation of this video and her creation of this body spray. So we'll watch them.
Hello, my name is Eugenia Nyona Mabuchi. I'm 23 years old and I'm from Ghana. Actually, I feel super blessed. I'm super happy to be able to speak to all of you beautiful people. I want to say a very big thank you to the Justina Mutale Foundation for making this possible, and organizations such as this ought to be supported through and through. I do hope that in this era of COVID-19, we are all staying safe and adhering to all the safety protocols that are being put in place by our various governments. When it comes to me, if I had the opportunity or have the opportunity to change one thing about the world, it would be to give education to the female child. Today, we are commemorating the United Nations International Day of the Girl. And this, when it comes to such matters like this, prompted, my heart is touched to be able to speak on the topic of education. I always call myself a product of education. In Africa, I'm from Ghana, I said before. In Africa, culture and religion are major factors that affect how the girl child is afforded opportunities. This may sound very cliche and outdated, but then it is as it is. When it comes to education, what do I mean? Not everybody is going to be a lawyer, not everybody is going to be a doctor or a nurse, but then formal, informal education, they are all equally important. In Ghana, for example, the government affords primary education for free and secondary education for free. We have the free SHS system in place, and we also have subsidized tertiary education. And it also would interest you to know that when it comes to certain faculties such as law and medicine, priority are given to girls who attain the same grades or the same cut-off aggregates as men. Dr. Kwiji Agri once said that if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate like a whole world or a whole universe, if I should put it that way. And that is simple. Women are home growers. We birth children. We teach them the basics, the language. That is why languages are called mother tongues. That is why I believe that education is that one thing that when it comes to making revolution, a woman deserves to have. I do hope that support will be given to organizations such as the Justina Mutale Foundation that supports girl child or the female children from the African continent who are brilliant but needy. You see, you could help in your own way. It couldn't always have to be go to school, read books, or do the stuff that has been prescribed by a certain state of school, you see. I always say education can be formal or informal, depending on the interest that the child has. Happy International Day of the Girl.
Hello, my name is Zuri Conroy. I'm 9 years old and I'm in grade 3. I go to Wynberg Girls Junior School, which is in Cape Town, South Africa. This is the future I want for girls and women in terms of equality. I expect that all girls and boys should be treated as equals and given equal opportunities in all corners of the world. You cannot put limitations on jobs and opportunities that girls must have. We are all born equal, girls and boys. Girls and boys should be able to do whatever they want to do, play whichever sport they want to have, and do whichever job they want, without being discriminated against. It is parents, communities, and governments' responsibility to make sure that girls and boys have a good education so they will be successful when they grow up. Thank you and goodbye.
I'm Ayati Ocha. I'm from India. I moved to America when I was 6 years old. My grandparents live in a remote area in North India, Kushinagar. My dream is to become a doctor when I grow up. I want to be a doctor because I saw many people in the remote area of India not having access to medical facilities or a doctor. In case it is available, these facilities are so costly to many people that they cannot afford it. I want to use technology in the medical field to make facilities accessible to the common people. Also, I will make families and people happy by taking their pain and suffering away. I will help the world in my own way by discovering new diseases and telling the world how to prevent it. I will help the people who are indisposed. When I'm a doctor, I will never ignore a patient in need. I will also help the invisible. Of course, there might be challenges in achieving my dream. There might be a medical school that will be hard to get into. People might judge you if you're a girl. There might be a very frustrating test. And it'll be also hard not getting distracted and funding my education. But you know what? If you believe in yourself, you'll be able to achieve your dream no matter what. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a wonderful message from all the children. And if our next generation is that much aware about how to create this awareness for girls' education, then I'm sure we are looking forward to achieving all the goals set by Beijing and also set by UN 2030 goals. But let's see how far we progress. Now I have utmost pleasure to introduce Davies Chirwa, who is an award-winning global ambassador for human empowerment. He's a media expert, influencer, and a visionary of serial entrepreneurship. He's the founder of Channel A TV and DC Productions Media Group, and a celebrity film producer. Over to you, Davies Chirwa.
Good evening. Good evening. Good to see you. How are you doing, Mida?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. You're doing a fantastic job, and I'm just here enjoying each moment, looking at all the panelists that have gone before us, and just how far AI has gone, and just enjoying the kids doing a fantastic job from all over the world. So, what have you enjoyed the most so far?
I did enjoy the kids the most, and the second was my favorite was for some reasons, being a physicist and electronics engineer, the robot.
Absolutely,
Maria bot, yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, a quick shout out to the Justina Mutale Foundation for putting up such a fantastic platform for most of us to come from all corners of the world to come together and enjoy today. So I'm so excited to be here and get this opportunity to talk to you and to talk to the rest of the folks who'll be coming after me. So thank you so much for doing such a great job. I know you need to drink some water and come back, so we'll give you the opportunity to do that. Thank you so much. If you're joining us from all corners of the world, we welcome you. This is Davies from Channel A TV, and I'm so excited to be here. And on behalf of the Justina Mutale Foundation, we welcome you. We know that most of you, could not resist being a part of this. You couldn't go home. You stayed up, and those of you that are watching from India, thank you so much for tuning in. In Africa, thank you so much for tuning in. Here in the United States, and of course in the UK. So we have a lot of fantastic things remaining. I know we're coming close to the end of it all, but there's still something that you don't want to miss. So with that said, we're going to go back to Zambia and talk to this young lady, or rather just feature a clip of this young lady who is doing so much tremendous work in the community. And we want you to welcome Florence. And when we come back, we're going to proceed on with a couple youngsters, and then we'll see how much change they're doing in the community. And then we'll come back and go back to the panel. So here is Florence all the way from Zambia.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Florence Mlenga. But before I begin, I'd like to recognize the presence of all the world leaders watching this and the general public, all protocols observed. I would also like to thank the Justina Mutale Foundation for giving me this opportunity. It's not every day that you wake up and you're given an opportunity to share your story on such a huge platform. I am extremely grateful for this opportunity. Now, let me take you back to my introduction. My name is Florence Mlenga, and I'm 21 years old. I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in pharmacy at the University of Zambia. I'm from a country called Zambia, which is in the southern part of Africa, and we are the home of the Victoria Falls. Now, in my country, I'm famous for an innovation where I am designing a body spray that will be aimed at preventing asthmatic attacks. Now, initially, this project, you would only understand it if I take you back to the genesis of how it all began. So back in 2017, when I was in my first year, I had a friend who was asthmatic, and you couldn't use strong body spray or strong perfume in front of her because she would go into an asthmatic attack. And I felt that that was really unfair because she was missing out on so many things. You know, she was restricted to do so many things, so it had me concerned. But then I didn't do anything about it in my first year and in my second year. But then in third year, thank goodness, an opportunity arose where there was a national competition where females were supposed to come together and compete. And then the main aim of this competition was to combine biosciences with entrepreneurship. So the aim was that you solve a global problem using biosciences while incorporating entrepreneurship into it. It was really, really fun. Hundreds of people had applied, and by the grace of God, I was among the top 10 students, the top 10 female students that were picked to participate, and there were about 15 entrepreneurs who were also picked. So we had to compete, and then in the first phase, my idea, the concept that I pitched, was the same idea I presented to you earlier on, a body spray that could potentially prevent asthmatic attacks. So initially, what this body spray is supposed to do, when you spray it on your body as an asthmatic patient, you keep inhaling it and it keeps going to the receptors in the respiratory tract that are affected, so that if you encounter any allergy in the environment, you're not affected because you keep inhaling something that will keep your lungs relaxed and open 24 hours. So that's initially the idea I pitched with in front of the judges. These judges were experts, so I actually won the first phase as the best student startup idea. Then we went into the second phase, and then we went on to the third and final phase, where I won as the best student startup idea in the whole country. I actually won this award, which I'm really, really, really proud of. And I would also like to let you know about the opportunities that it exposed me to. They actually sponsored me to attend an innovation summit, which is meant to commemorate or celebrate African women who are into innovation and entrepreneurship. And that side, when I went that side, it was based in Cape Town. When I went there, I got to learn from women who are doing it big in life, women who are bringing their innovation into reality. When I went there, I was amazed, I was inspired, I was motivated. It gave me an I can do it kind of attitude, you know. I was super inspired. So this competition has opened me up to so many opportunities and so many I can do attitudes. And considering that this whole program has been created to celebrate the International Day of the Girl Child, I would love to encourage girls that you do not have to be at Harvard yet or MIT or Oxford to be innovative. You know, innovation starts where you are, in your home. You know, we have the internet. You can research, read about research papers that have been released. What are you interested in? How do you want to solve global problems? What are you passionate about? You can use that to solve many global problems and many global challenges.
Well, welcome back. The future definitely looks really, really bright. Shout out to the University of Zambia for always constantly producing just incredible young men and women, and in this particular case, women who are flourishing on top of the world right now. So we are so excited. When I come back, I'm going to talk to another dynamic young lady who's going to tell us a little bit of a story. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back again. My name is Davies Chirwa from Channel A TV. I'm so honored and so humbled to be here tonight and to just celebrate all women across the globe. I'm so excited to bring in this young lady. She is right here in the state of Washington. Her beautiful name is Tandy Chirwa. Tandy, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
All right, all right. So far you've been watching what's been going on. How proud are you to be a young lady right now?
It's definitely an amazing feeling to see everybody talking about their experience and to hear all the young girls talk about what they want to do in the future. It's very empowering, and I'm very glad to be a woman and glad to be a girl to experience this kind of bond that we all have and this sense of unity.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now you are a leader yourself, starting from school, and all the things that we're going to talk about just briefly. What does that make you feel when you look at other women who are so accomplished in different ages? Some of them younger than you, some of them a little bit older than you, and that takes you back to when you started doing what you do. So how old were you? You're about 5 years old when you started media.
Yeah.
About 5 years old, and how old are you now?
I'm 15.
Well, I should have known that. Well, if you're watching this, I'm proud to say Tandy is actually my daughter, and she started. She was one of the youngest accredited media anchors in the country. She started doing this when she was 5 years old, and so Tandy, thank you for being here. We appreciate it, and Auntie Justina was very excited. She was very persistent to make sure that you appear, and we tried to keep you away the time you're in school, but you made it. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Absolutely. So before we proceed, what is the most important thing for you as a young lady? What really inspires you to make the strides that you've made? And we're going to share a little bit with the folks that are watching you right now, all the way in India and the UK and right here in the United States. What inspires you to keep moving forward as a young lady?
Since you and Mom had migrated here from Zambia, it definitely gives me an extra sense of motivation because you guys gave up your lives to come here and try to navigate through. So I have this opportunity to build and learn and have a good environment around me. And so definitely that has been a motivator. Education here, it's free for everybody. And so there's still the bias of like men versus women here, but it does make me really sad that people aren't able to get that same education and that girls are still struggling for other places around the world. So I want to be like the success story that have been able to look at other people and help them. And when I get out of here, I can continue to like help others and provide the education to others that I have been blessed to have myself.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very well said. So you were a student body president yourself, being a girl, right? So how was that process of being a president and you're female? Did you have guys challenging you sometimes? And I know they couldn't challenge you intellectually because you were straight A student. So that was a no-go. So did you ever encounter anything, any challenge from some of the young boys? And if so, how did you handle that?
Not necessarily. Definitely when we were running, I was going up against 3 other guys and another girl. So I was kind of intimidated because one of the guys was one of the most popular kids in school and the other one was really smart. So it definitely did intimidate me, and I was kind of nervous to hear people be like, oh, like, I'm not sure where this is going to go. But people like knew me because I'm so out there. I'm very loving and honest to people. So they saw that intellectually I was capable of doing it, and then my character really helped me. So just being the way that I am and being true to myself and true to others has definitely been something that helped me get through that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about your other life, which is the media life. You're very humble about the stuff that you've done, and you always get embarrassed when I bring it up sometimes in certain places. But you've worked with a lot of celebrities, that most of us could dream of, right? So the opportunities that you've had, who's been the most shocking? I know you don't get starstruck, but tell us some of the folks that you've worked with and what you learned from them over a period of 15 years? Well, 10 years in this case.
John Stamos, Anthony Anderson, Jenna Ortega, Lizzie Green, Henry Winkler. There's a lot of people that I've met over time, a lot of different artists, actors, dancers, athletes. So definitely it has given me inspiration to like find what I want to do and be passionate about it. They're all very, very smart and very inspirational people. I do remember something that Henry Winkler told me. It was kind of just make sure that you stay on your path. And it's been a continuous theme that people have told me that are in the business, but make sure that you know what you want to do and that you stick to it and you hold your ground. And that definitely has been something that I've been carrying with me.
Absolutely. So you've witnessed, heads of state, presidents, lawyers, and doctors today on these platforms. So what do you want to become when you grow up? Because you have all the examples of the ladies that anybody can choose to become. From the people that are presented before you. So what do you want to become when you grow up?
So I'm currently debating between two, either being a surgeon, cardiothoracic, or being a lawyer, which I'm definitely leaning towards being a lawyer. I had the opportunity to be a business law student in my freshman year of high school. So I got to experience doing a fake trial against other schools and arguing our case and going through the whole motions that you go through at a trial. And it was definitely a stressful experience, but it was so much fun. I learned a lot from it, and I definitely I can see myself being in that position for the rest of my life.
Absolutely. Okay, so on a lighter moment, let's share with your viewers some of the things that you've accomplished. You did a documentary for the King County Library right here in the United States, and let's look back and see, what your documentary. You talked about how education has opened up different doors for you to do the things that you've done. So let's take a look real quickly as we transition into the next panel here real quickly. So let's take a look.
Big bank, big bank. Big bank, big bank, take little bank. Big bank, big bank, big bank, big bank, take little bank.
Hi, my name is Tandy Chirwa. I'm a junior journalist for Channel ATV in Seattle. I was born and raised in the state of Washington, and both my parents immigrated here from Africa. Many of you may recognize me from my documentaries and community development projects such as Black History Celebrations, We Day, homeless prevention projects, plus many more. My father started training me to be a mainstream media anchor since I was 5 years old. Through hard work, I've had the opportunity to interview various celebrities such as Anthony Anderson, Seattle Seahawks players, Olympic athletes, John Stamos, Henry Winkler, Disney Channel actors, and many other celebrities from different genres. All my endeavors have been nothing but exciting, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. However, my journey started a long time ago since I was a toddler. My parents emphasized to me that early education was the key to success.
You are an example of what a child can accomplish, of what a young person can be. I think that's amazing. I do.
The King County Library System has been instrumental to my academic and social growth. The library has also become the harbor for the people experiencing homelessness who can comfortably enjoy their quiet time along with the community members. The King County Library System has also incorporated itself within the schools by providing research resources for students as well as a summer reading program. I'm proud to attribute the journey of my success story to the King County Library System for providing the tools and resources I need to prepare for my future. Thank you for watching.
Well, Tandy, lawyer or doctor, either way, we're proud of you, and I'm sure most of the folks that are connected to you right now and all the people that follow your journey will be proud of you no matter what. So thank you so much. Any last words? I know that you are very, you really love Auntie Justina and the foundation because of the whole education platform that she provides for folks and the kids overseas. So what would you say to encourage other young women other young women that are watching you right now, rather, from all over the world? What would be your last word to encourage them if they had the opportunity to listen to you?
Definitely don't listen to the negative things. It's very hard. It's easier said than done. But know who you are and stick to it. If you're a compassionate person, anything that you want to do, you can do it. And just be kind to others, and that'll always help you and support you in the end. You can get through life so much easier with the support of others, with the support of family or friends. So definitely build those relationships. And sometimes it's okay to not be okay. And a lot of things do happen, especially growing up. Any place in the world, it's very difficult. Many stereotypes and standards that we're forced to live, but definitely take that time to be yourself and learn what you like and learn what you want to do instead of being pushed into a corner by what you think other people want from you.
All right, thank you so much, Tandy, and we're gonna watch the journey as you go through with Justina Mtale Foundation and inspire others. Thank you so much for being here. We truly appreciate you. You have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
All right, so as we bring in Mida here to transition into the next panel, Mida, what have you learned from the kids so far that you've had the opportunity to see?
I think the kids are my gurus. I need to learn from them. They are, yeah, they are gurus. They come with fresh ideas. If the right, manure you put to the seeds, then what grows out of it is fantastic. And you've shown a very good example. And congratulations and bravo to you that you raised such a talented and gifted kid. She is also very very much aware about being kind. So that is very interesting. And previous to that, Florence coming up with such a marvelous idea about the asthma spray. There's so much of spread of asthma all over all over the world, and how interesting her entrepreneurship is, and going to be beneficial for the health. So amazing. Yes, they are gurus. Kids are my gurus.
Absolutely, absolutely. We wouldn't be here without women anyway. So, it comes back to the same thing. So I'm excited for the next round of folks that we're going to introduce into the panel. We're going to welcome Ms. Pumela here and Ms. Simona, and as well as Ms. Fatima. So I'm going to leave you in the great hands of, and so you can take over from here, Minta, and we'll see you on the other side of the panel. So have a great time, ladies. Great to see you and great to meet you. You enjoy your upcoming program. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So let's bring back Mira here, and then I'm going to go back to where I'm comfortably hiding behind scenes. You have a good night.
Thank you, Davis.
Hello, good evening, good morning, good night, whichever time zones you are in. So nice to see you, familiar faces, Pamela and Simona, Fatima. Our next discussion is going to be living a legacy that prepares young women and girls to navigate an ever-changing global economy and world at work. And I have pleasure in introducing Pamela Salela, who is the country head for UK for Brand South Africa. Then with me is Fatima Alimo Mohammed, CEO of African Brand Warrior Kenya. And welcome, Fatima. And Simona Chaminska, who is the host for Global Entrepreneurship Week, North Macedonia. So over to you, ladies. This is a panel where we are almost finishing this whole day summit today. So you must have been probably involved in watching it, and you can bring in some views and ideas which you had seen throughout the day. So I would like to start with the, and we have one more. So we have even Bibusa Wiesmann, founder and CEO for Sense X Africa, Germany. Welcome, Bibusa. So yes, so going back to what I was saying, I would like to ask first question to Pamela. What do you think, Pamela, about how a legacy can be left for the ever-changing global economy that will prepare the future generation of our young women?
Well, I have prepared some remarks based on the observations that we have seen today. Can I share the remarks, and then we can then have a conversation around it? Okay. I know that there are various people that are watching us. So I'll start by observing protocol by saying Excellencies, the founder of the Justina Mutale Foundation, Her Excellency Justina Mutale, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen who support the cause for women, and these I call progressive men.
And to you, Program Director Mita, good day, good evening, depending on whichever part of the world you are in. I want to start by saying that John Ron once said, all good men and women must take responsibility to create legacies that will take the next generation to a level we could only imagine. And this year, under the theme, My Voice, Our Equal Future, let's seize the opportunity to be inspired by what adolescent girls see as the change they want, the solutions, big and small, that they are leading and demanding across the globe. Nelson Mandela once said, sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that generation. Let your greatness blossom. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals, which is SDGs, adopted by world leaders in 2015, embody a roadmap for progress that is sustainable and leaves no one behind. Therefore, achieving gender equality on women's empowerment is integral to each of the 17 goals. Only by ensuring the rights of women and girls across all the goals will we get to justice and inclusion, economies that work for all, and sustaining our shared environment now and for the future generations. So the International Day of the Girl Child focuses attention on the need to address the challenges that girls and young women face and to promote girls' empowerment and the fulfillment of their human rights. So an investment in realizing the power of adolescent girls upholds their rights today and promises more equitable and prosperous future, one in which half of humanity is an equal partner in resolving the problems of climate change, political conflict, economic growth, disease prevention, and global sustainability. So we see that girls are breaking boundaries and barriers that are posed by stereotypes and exclusion, including those directed at children with disabilities and living in marginalized communities. So as entrepreneurs, innovators, initiators of global movements, girls are creating a world that is relevant for them and future generations. The United Nations estimates that the world is home to more than 1.1 billion girls under the age of 18 who are poised to become the largest generation of female leaders, entrepreneurs, change makers that the world has ever seen. And so our role, therefore, as women leaders is to change these generational inequities. We need to usher in a new generation of female leaders. It's in our hands, and we should be conscious of this every day in all our spheres of influence. So the global economy is changing. It needs female entrepreneurs, it needs innovators, it needs change makers who will be equal players in harnessing the opportunities that are presented by the various sectors of the economy. It needs women, young and old, to solve the problems faced by the world, thereby leading to female social entrepreneurs, to female scientists, to female engineers, female mathematicians, fields which were dominated by men in the past. And I want to touch briefly then on gender discrimination at work. We may remember a book by Sheryl Sandberg. She released a book called Lean In, Women, Work, and the Will to Lead. And this book is about business leadership, and it's about development and ideals with which the lack of women in government and business, and it deals with the lack of women in business and government and in leadership positions. So this book really is intended for professional women to help them to achieve their career goals, and for men who want to contribute to more equitable society. The book argues that barriers are still preventing women from taking leadership roles in the workplace, and these barriers are discrimination, blatant and subtle sexism, and sexual harassment. And Sheryl Sandberg claims there are also barriers that women create for themselves through internalizing systematic discrimination and adopting social gender roles. And so Sandberg argues that in order to change and for change to happen, women need to break down the societal and personal barriers by striving for and achieving leadership roles. So the ultimate goal is to encourage women to lean into positions of leadership, because she believes that by having more female voices in positions of power, there will be more equitable opportunities created for everyone. So I wish to suggest, Mita, that we who have been fortunate enough to tap into the global economy, that we need to create the multiplier effect. So this is how I'm answering the question, that we need to create the multiplier effect so that each one of us reaches one, so that each one of us teaches one. So if I am Pumela, I need to ask myself, how many more Pumelas am I ushering? If I am Sheryl Sandberg herself, I need to be asking myself, how many more Sheryl Sandbergs am I creating, or am I ushering rather? So I wish to encourage us not to forget also the rural women and the rural girls, because if we are sitting in positions of power or point of advantage, we must remember those who are downtrodden. A profound shock to our societies and economies has been caused by COVID-19, and it really underscores the society's reliance on women both on the front line and at home, while simultaneously exposing the structural inequalities that we are seeing across every sphere, from health to economy, from security to social protection. And in times of crisis, when resources are strained and institutional capacity is limited, women and girls face disproportionate impacts with far-reaching consequences that are only amplified in the context of fragility, conflict, and emergencies. So we see that hard-fought gains for women's rights are therefore under threat because of COVID-19. And so responding to the pandemic is not only about rectifying long-standing inequalities, but it's also about building a resilient world. It's about building a resilient world in the interest of women and everyone at the center of recovery. Therefore, our interventions in this regard could be through plowing back to the rural women, through our skills, through our knowledge, through our experience, because I believe that a person can be born in a rural area, but if they are given the right opportunity, if they are given an enabling environment, they can be players in the global environment. I sit here having been born in a poor environment in South Africa, and having had people who've given me opportunities, I can now be able to say that I myself have a voice within the global economy. And so when we are privileged enough to have the financial means, we must also provide financial assistance to those that are not privileged.
That is, yeah, that's quite comprehensive. Yeah. That's quite a comprehensive details you have given, and you're quite right that so many things which we can do at the grassroots level as well, because that is more important. Not everyone is privileged, and not everyone gets the opportunity. So a similar question I would like to pose to Fatima Ali Mohammed. You are CEO of African Brand Warriors, so you must be fighter in spirit. So tell us, how do you envisage this?
I've done a quick 2-minute. Mine's a 2-minute summary. And again, I'm glad that I've seen Pamela has actually touched on some parts of it. So thank you for preempting that. And let me just quickly share my thoughts on this part to do with legacy and work. But first and foremost, obviously, it's soon going to be good. It's good night going to good morning. So Her Excellency Justina Mutale and all the other excellencies, and obviously yourselves, the distinguished panelists, speakers, the virtual audience who are watching, ladies and gentlemen, as a woman and as a mother to a girl child, leaving a legacy that helps navigate the future is my purpose. My intention is to provoke the discussion tonight, and that's what I want to do, is to provoke everyone's thought. Every day we believe things are changing and conversations are shaping. But I ask, are things really changing for women and the girl child? Safety for women and the girl continues to be an issue, for domestic violence in America, for example, and Africa, to the despicable daily rape that is happening in India, to child marriages in the Middle East. A face mask right now in this COVID period may protect us from COVID, but who is protecting women against abusers? In the corporate world, we have moved from breaking the glass ceiling with our stilettos to now being thrown off the glass cliff. The glass cliff, is an effect that has an impact on both the girl and the woman of the future, and this is real. Any leadership positions we get to be in, be it a female student leader, like we've seen the students that came in earlier, to being a community leader in the village or a leader in the corporate world, it is not easy to come by. We have to fight for it. This is a hostile world, especially for the woman and the girl. And it's a shame that we are having to fight against inequality in this advanced age. We're in 2020, come on, We need to be careful, though, that while we are focusing on the economy and the world of work, we should not be seen to be painting this to be all about the urban woman, because if you notice, all the discussions and challenges is all revolved around equality in women in corporates, equality for women in boardrooms, putting women in parliament, rising women in organizations. But the economy of a nation starts at the heart of the rural. And this is what Pumela, touched on. If we build the rural economy, if we change mindsets towards women and the girl child, then we start changing behavior patterns. In Africa to date, over 98% of women in the rural don't own land of their own husbands when they die. Yet they're the ones who are toiling the soil. Is this a cultural issue? Isn't this inequality? We fight for women's rights in the workplace, but why is this being limited to the brick and mortar spaces? Do we see any voices rising and fighting for the women farmer? We see parents making a conscious choice to send their sons to school and leave the daughter at home to work because their income will not support sending them both to school. Is the problem the parent or the government policies? How can we change the economy and the work when the same rights, resources, opportunities, and protection are different within the women ecosystem itself? One rule for the city and another rule for the rural woman. We ask no favors for our gender. When asking for menstruation leave at work, this should not be seen as we are weak. We're equal, but we're not identical. We are biologically different, so we should not be penalized to take unpaid leave. It is against the pillar of patriarchy when a man cries and a woman roars. We're humans with emotions. We cry, we laugh, and we roar. Neither androgens or estrogen can change it. We need to ensure that we increase representation in the whole ecosystem so that we can see ourselves reflected, connected to our communities to create this leadership. Leaving a legacy requires being a part of a legacy. Unfortunately, for centuries, we have been silenced, ignored, and pushed to the background. We have been conditioned to believe that cooking and cleaning is our job, instead of being taught that cooking and cleaning is a basic life skill and not a gender role. So to leave a different legacy, we need to change the now so that the future becomes what we envisage it to be. When we stand up for ourselves, we stand up for all women and girls. And that's how we create a legacy. We need to make the legacy now for the future.
Thank you so much, Fatima. You were quite right that legacy, if we are part of their legacy, then, then we are going to be doing something about it. So we have to own, first of all, that we are part of the legacy. Over to you, Simona. You are all the way from North Macedonia, and you are an entrepreneur, or you're a host to the Global Entrepreneurship Week. So how do you see that this two previous speakers, they have talked about what actions need to be taken, what issues need to be sort of addressed. What is your view about this ever-changing global economy and the world at work? How can we leave a legacy which is going to be preferential and is fair, and which prepares young women and girls to navigate in future with the ever-changing, the way the global economy is changing because of COVID and because of all other things which are happening?
Thank you, Mrs. Mita, for your interesting questions. It's more than one question. Before starting, I would like to express my gratitude to Her Excellency Mrs. Justina Mutale for having me on this interesting summit. As a matter of fact, I would like to start with the quote. I'm quite sure that you know it from Margaret Thatcher, that if you want something to be said, ask a man, but if you want something to be done, ask a woman. And I would like to also correlate this with probably the most successful example of a state that handled the COVID crisis, New Zealand, led by a woman. And also, I would like to address that for many years in a row, actually, some of the most powerful countries and some of the most important institutions worldwide were led by women, starting with Chancellor Merkel in Germany, then continuing with the IMF, Mrs. Christine Lagarde, now also some other institutions. So I would say that there are women on powerful position, but the gap is still very big. And the gap is big because, like Mrs. Fatima made it very clear, I would not repeat it. It is clear because of a lot of pressuring and a lot of underestimations that we have suffered in the past, as per gender-based. And actually, my argument, why I think this is happening, and what I would like to stress where I see the problem in the gender pay gap. Because if we are talking about uncontrolled gender pay gap, then women earn 81 cents for every dollar that a man earns. And if we are talking about controlled gender pay gap, then we are earning 98 cents in comparison to a dollar that a man is earning. And if we also take into consideration that we have maternity leave, where we are out of the job market for 9 months plus, while the men are still working, it is also understandable why there are men that are being more promoted or that are actually more successful, because we are competing in unequal terms, unequal conditions. And I think that this can be solved generally with policy and with promotion or setting up women based on their qualifications, because I think that quotas are not as efficient as really good quality criteria. So if a woman is successful and if a woman is capable, she should be promoted because of that, not because that she is a woman. Because such kind of situation then bring bad conclusions or bring suspicion about any other woman that could be promoted on the basis of the gender. If we are discussing about a global initiative such as the one that I'm running in Macedonia, the Global Entrepreneurship Week, this year I actually stressed a lot the topic about women entrepreneurship, and we will have 3 events that focus only on women and women entrepreneurship, because my goal is to prove that we are as capable as men. It's just that sometimes we are facing some kind of superstitions or boundaries or circumstances that are artificially imposed on us, that are not natural. They do not come natural. And I think that this can be only changed. This can be changed only through change of awareness. So raising the awareness, but understanding that we are valuable because we are capable and skilled, not because we are women and because we will have to give birth and then be out of the job market, etc. So I don't want to position myself in a group of underprivileged human beings. Rather, I see it as a group of human beings that still didn't have the right chance to shine. And in this perspective, I also agree with what Fatima and Pamela mentioned, especially about the position of rural women. That they are very often not given even the chance to produce something for themselves or to become entrepreneurs, because there are other tasks that they naturally should take care of, or maybe what the society thinks that it is their natural commitment or obligation. And if I could tell, let's say, the 18-year-old me what to do and what type of legacy she should build, I would just tell her, be resilient, do not give up, and don't listen to anyone, because if you are certain in yourself that you would succeed in certain area, just go forward and learn how to endure, learn how to convert your failures into your successes. And I think that this is the way how we can go forward.
Thank you so much, Simona. Yes, if you are believing in yourself, and if you are successful or not successful, learning from your experience is very important, because that's experience makes us what we are. So it's always good to learn from our experience. We have now Vibhusa joining us. Hi, Vibhusa, would you like to, you are the founder and CEO of SenseX Africa. So with reference to your organization, where are you on this? What do you think, how your work is going to leave a legacy that would prepare young women and girls so that they can navigate in an ever-changing global economy? Because the global economy, no one knows what's going to happen tomorrow. People are speculating. And the world of work has not been fair with women, which all our sessions and speakers have addressed that. So how do you think your work is going to help this and evolve this into what we are looking forward to?
Guten Morgen. It's actually morning here in Germany. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank Her Excellency Justina Mutale for giving me, and I'm sure all the other ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity to have a voice on this platform. As a mother of a gay child, I'm very, very passionate about leaving a legacy, not only for my daughter, but obviously for, family and friends that are kind of interested in wanting to know about the COVID situation and how to navigate themselves. I'm just going to share something quickly, and this will tie to navigating the girls. So I try to teach my daughter. By the way, I'm a Zambian who lives in Germany, so I'm very passionate about women in entrepreneurship and diaspora. And my daughter wrote this morning, actually. So she wrote, in many regions of the world, women are already better equipped and already more successful, and thus causing a fundamental change in a male-dominated world. What women need to do is to let us, the younger generation, learn from their mistakes rather from them being successful. I was blown away. And I think most of the women that are on this panel are either directly mothers or, obviously have relations with female younger generation. Now, to come to your question, first of all, my company, SenseX Africa, is a global initiative that helps entrepreneurs by helping them unlock the potential through their startups. And what we do is actually we interlink them to networking, to investment opportunities, help them build business models. One of the essential things that we do when we work in a startup is we definitely only agree when they have more than 10% of women in their company. Okay. Secondly, we try to help the entrepreneurs try and aggressively force the SDGs. I think before COVID, we all used to look at SDGs and think, okay, how do I, what is sustainable development goals? But now that we have been in a reset mode, I think this is when we really need to take the sustainable development goals seriously. Of course, 17 is the one that is most popular because most of the younger generations are looking for partnership and goals. The 4 and 5 are my favorite, obviously, because of gender equality and decent work as well. But navigating the younger generation, we also need the help of the male or, the male generation. It's a very sensitive topic, because you have to look at, first of all, the society, the culture, and obviously the economic situation. I'll give you for an example. It's very easy for me to talk to a German child and tell them, this is where we are. Could you do a research and try to see in the next 10 years where you want to be? I would love that that's the same opportunity that we can offer to the younger generation, the female generation back home in Zambia. First of all, most of the panels that I've listened to today, we've seen that one of the major problems is education. So now we've discussed, all of us, we've seen there's a problem with education. What is the actual tangible solution that we can put in? Because that is a legacy itself. For example, the Justina Mutale Foundation has taken up the role of making sure that the girl child, including the male, are given that opportunity to get the education to be able to get them to where they want to be in a couple of years after university. And so that's what I'm saying. It's very difficult. But then what we also need to learn as women, we need to work together. I would say this in black and white. We can be our worst enemies. I think most of us speak goody about women, but when you talk about legacy, we need to face the elephant in the room. And the elephant is that when women come together and work together, there's so much that can be achieved, not only for our generation, but for the younger generation, because they need to be prepared now to be able to lead the generation that is coming forward. So I think most of us women are trying to get through that hinge of, not supporting each other and trying to find a solution of how we can support each other. Probably I misunderstand that we are worst enemies because of maybe lack of education, lack of cultural understanding, lack of society, lack of economic understanding, because we are all in different parts of the world. What we need to do now as ladies sometimes is to say, why are we still at the same place? This is 2020. Yes, we've heard about people working together, but why are we still talking about gender equality? Why are we still talking about girls that are not able to go to school? And yet we have so many resources that are available. What do we need to do now so that we can place a proper legacy, not only for the girl child, but remember, male are also part of the future. They are also part of the legacy that we want to build. So I will not go in further. I would just, wait for the next question. But basically, we need to re-synergize and, get back to the drawing board and ask ourselves the most important questions and face the elephant in the room, so that the legacy that we leave for the economic development can be properly established now before it's too late.
Well, boys need to be, given the same values, because we can't do it on our own, and that's how the legacy has to be left. So it's about giving the confidence to the next generation that change is possible, and the resources to empower we all have, that we can, as parents, as all of us are parents or teachers or mentors or coaches, whatever it may be, but we can take the legacy forward. And as the phrase goes, actions speak volumes, and we are here who the next generation are looking up to. So in our own actions, we leave a legacy for change and perseverance. We have to perceive this, because if you don't persevere, then it's going to fall in between the cracks, and people are not going to remember it. So to see a more equitable future in the workspace, and the best legacy we can leave is an inclusive environment for young women to enter the world of work. So as men, as you rightly said, they also should consider how they can approach this situation in the workplace, and they need to be, I won't say feminist, but support us. And if they're feminists, fine. That I've got so many friends who are male and who are feminists. So we cannot be complicit with the witness of discrimination and bias towards women in the workplace. Similarly, men shouldn't be complacent as well. They should be taking actions. So I know we have passed midnight and Davies is waiting there, so we have to close this session very soon. So would you like to give each of the panelists just one takeaway in one or two sentences, because we are running out of time and we are going to end the session because we are finishing the summit virtually. It could go on forever, but it's already nearly now many hours.
Absolutely. Yeah, you guys are doing such a fantastic job. I heard men, I thought you were calling me, so I had to jump in, but for the right reasons to try and support you. But anyway, I wish this conversation could carry on as much as we could, because clearly it looks like we need to do this some more, because there's still a lot of work, in front of us. Fortunately and unfortunately, we have our lovely senator waiting for us in the background. She's been waiting for a while. So, but she's also very patient, and you get to meet a lovely senator all the way from Georgia. But we would like to give you an opportunity, starting from Ms. Bibusa, just your last words, and then we can work our way through Ms. Fatmata and Pamela, and then Ms. Simona. Just so you could, any last words before we transition into the next phase?
My last word is that I'm so grateful that there's so many women that have taken their time today to listen, to learn. I have learned a lot. And I think we need to be included more into the conversations. But let's stop talking and let's do more action. And let's give ourselves proper goals so that we can look back in a few years and say, yes, the women did make a change for the generations to come. So thank you so much to everybody that virtually the moderators. It's been so amazing. Very short, but amazing.
Absolutely. Ms. Fatima.
Thank you very much. I mean, I've been watching you since morning, and it's actually going to midnight here. So I've stayed in the whole day. All I can just say is, listen, I don't believe in NATO, which is no action talk only. If you're not being given a table, you're not being given a seat, please, for crying out loud, get your own table and get your own seat. Enough of the talking. We can do this thing, and we just need to move. That's it.
Very well said, Ms. Pamela.
I'm going to say 3 things, and I'm going to say them very fast. One, I want to suggest that we support organizations that are putting women's causes at the forefront. There are plenty, like the Justina Mutale Foundation, for example. Number 2, I want to encourage that living a legacy means that we need to ensure that every young woman and every young girl fulfills their dreams, and that they are steered in the right direction, and that they are taught that they have a voice, and that they should not let anything take away their power. And by this, I do not mean that we should teach young women to be aggressive, but rather to be assertive. And finally, we, as the women who've got the experience, need to be the assistants that we wish that we would have had when we were younger.
Absolutely. Ms. Simona?
From my side, I would add that we should be our own best friends, meaning that we should not compromise if we are not happy with the conditions, and we should take actions whenever we feel it's right.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very well said. Miss Maida, I know you also have your own words, but since you're going to transition on, we'll save your breath just for a little bit here. But I learned a lot of things from this conversation. I learned about, just what women can do, and that's everything. That's what I took away from this conversation. So I want to thank you, all of you, for being here today. And I want to thank the Justina Mutale Foundation for giving us the opportunity to convene and share our resources. We hope to hear from you soon. Now, we hope to support you through the foundation that we all love. And, God bless you, and we'll be seeing you soon. So as we let our folks here leave, we'll transition soon. And I know that, Ms. Mida, you're going to come back and go into the next session. But for now, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to talk to one special lady all the way from Georgia. So stay tuned. And I'm so excited because now we can talk about policy. We talked about home. We talked about home situations. We talked about education. But now we can talk on the policy side so we can learn something today. Thank you so much. You're watching the Justina Mutale Foundation presentation. And this is Davies. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back. We want to thank all of you for joining us. Those of you that have stayed with us since morning, since yesterday actually, or watching all the way from India, the United States, in Europe, as we wait for the senator to get ready for us. I want to thank you for just being so supportive for such great causes, such as issues that affect women all over the globe. And we are here talking about, where women could be if we all played our part. So today I'm so excited because we have the opportunity to talk to the Senator Gonzalez James. She served in the district of 35th district in Atlanta, in Georgia. Matter of fact, her committee membership included economic development and tourism, education, youth, women inclusive, interstate cooperation, and special judiciary. So as you can hear, this is an opportunity for us to talk to her from the policy side. She's very busy, but we had to make it happen. Senator, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And it's been so wonderful to hear all the comments, all the
Absolutely.
that from everyone. I've been listening for a while, and I realized one thing: we all have the same problems, no matter what nation we're in, where in this world we are. Women are still suffering from some of the same deep concerns that we must come together and try to solve.
Is that not amazing when you look at different parts of the globe and the issues are the same that women face? And it's almost like it was planned. But when you sit here and you listen, I've learned so much, to a point whereby I could not even miss a bit because I wanted to make sure that I take this moment, this opportunity to learn as much as I could. But let's talk about you. Welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here and to be seen.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you are a strong woman, a confident woman. So at what point in your life did you realize that you had the confidence to do the things that you've done in the community when it comes to leadership and just being in a position where you thought, I am enough to conquer the world, just as I am as a woman, and I'm enough. So at what age did you realize that you were such a strong woman?
I grew up during the civil rights era, and I was too young to go and march and sit in at the sit-ins and sit with Martin Luther King. He's my mother's age, but I was old enough to know what was going on and knowing that I wanted to make a positive difference. So I think it shaped me and molded me into wanting to make things better. So from a very early age, I knew that either I would try to serve and change some of the bad policies that we have, or I needed to work for someone who would be doing that. So it's been a long journey.
Quite a journey, quite a wonderful journey. But you've played your part and you've played it very, very well. And so when you look back from the policy perspective, for those of us that don't know much about the policy side of things, we know that for change to happen, people have to show up on the conversation table. And we see people marching, we see people, protesting, we see people doing all types of stuff to bring awareness to all these different issues that surround us. But for women to move forward from the policy perspective, where do we start from?
Well, we need to, I heard someone say, if you're not at the table, bring the table. I think it was Shirley
I like
Chisholm
that.
who said that if you don't have a seat at the table, bring
Right.
your own chair.
Bring your own
So,
seat.
yes. So we have to get involved. You can't look from the outside and just ask people to make a change for you. You have to get involved and make the changes yourself. And policy making is an art because
Right.
you have to negotiate. You have
Right.
to do a lot of homework. You have to study. You have to see what's different in other places when it's such a terrible problem in your area. So you have it doesn't just happen overnight or someone likes you so they vote on your legislation. You have to work it. And I've passed over 400 bills in my long career as a state legislator and a senator. And
Right.
during all of that time, I always worked, and I never thought of it as work. I thought of it as we have to change this, and let me see who I need to talk to. Who are
Right.
the ones who are for it? Who's against it? So when you find your allies, then you strengthen numbers. And then you go on and try to listen to the people first and foremost and
Right.
make sure this is what they want. And if you do that, then you can change policies with a good, strong group of legal people who are with you to make sure you don't have loopholes in the legislation. But policy making is important in changing things. We still have many antiquated laws on the books. We
Absolutely.
still have things left over from Jim Crow
Yeah,
laws
from
and
Jim Crow. Yeah. Yeah.
and
Right.
racism is still alive and well, unfortunately, and we know that we're seeing that in the United States now more than any other time because we're seeing how they're treating many of our young Black males and females, and it's law enforcement most of the time. My son is a law enforcement person, so I'm not anti-law enforcement. I'm for those who are doing wrong to change it and stop.
Absolutely.
And that's our other, I guess I'll say, plight.
Yeah, the other side
all
of
us have to come together to change too.
Absolutely. So now you've been in the service for a long time. You served the community wonderfully until you retired. If there was one thing that you could have changed, if you're given the opportunity to do it all over again, what would you change?
I haven't retired. I left for 7 years,
So
and I was
still doing
asked
it.
to run again. And so, in fact, I'm in an election right now.
Oh, there we go. So this is a
Yes,
shameless plug then.
so
Let's
I'm
do
still
it.
in office, and I have served a very long time. I was in my 20s then. I won't tell you what age I am now, but it's been a long time. And I did leave for about 8 years, but many of my constituents and former colleagues continued to rely on me to work with them and to try to make a positive difference. So after about 8 years, I was encouraged to run again, and I did. And so that was 8 years ago. So I've been back 8 years, and I just eliminated all of the opposition.
Right. So as we wait for the senator to come back here, we're having a conversation with her, learning from the policy side to make sure that we understand. For those of us that are running around trying to create change, we need to understand how the policies are created, because some of the barriers we cannot go past, some of these barriers. So unfortunately, we lost a senator here. As we know, there's a lot of technical stuff that happens. I'm going to bring in Mita here. So listening to the senator, Mita, what did you take away from what you just said when it comes to the long journey that we have to all fight to make sure that we uplift a woman?
Yeah, one of the things which I distinctly remember is, if you don't have your place at the table, bring your own chair.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's the greatest one. So I'm gonna bring her back here, and as we transition,
we need to create our own opportunity, have that inner spirit, which even Queen Sheba told today, Queen Sheba the Third, that the spirit has to be there.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely, and you can hear it, from her. So we'll bring you right back on to the next session that you're gonna go as we transition on with the senator here. Now, Senator, so how hopeful are you when you look at how far we've come, and then just only to realize, as of most recently, that we thought we've made the strides, and then we're reminded that we've gone backwards. So how hopeful are you when you look at the future? When it comes to a woman, how hopeful are you that one day, we could actually get there? Okay, let's see. Try to unmute your sound if you could from your end.
How about that?
There we go. There we go.
Well, the way I was answering it is, after listening to the powerful women who have come before me on this day, and expressing so many issues and coming up with ways that we could change the lack of entrepreneurship or even so many different problems we have in common. I want to say human trafficking, but I don't remember anyone really talking about that as much.
Yeah, somebody did. Somebody did.
That's a common problem. But I think that we can change this, because we're bringing it through what you're doing now. Bring us together, have a meeting of the minds, figure out how we can help and change things. So I have the audacity to believe that it will happen. I never thought that we'd have African-American woman running for vice president of the United States of America, or even president.
Right.
And now I'm hopeful, and I can see that this can become a reality very soon if we just continue to work hard. So yes, it doesn't happen overnight. Sometimes, I told you about all the bills I passed, but sometimes you have to see your bill fail, and then you go back to the table and you strengthen it, or you take out things that don't apply and you come back. And sometimes it might fail 2 or 3 times before you finally get the great, bill resolutions that will really happen And now, then a few years later, people think that this is the way it always happened because you have changed something, and
Right.
that I think we can do that. So I do believe that we have problems, but we can change them one at a time, and if we come together, we can do that.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing is what you just said. We all need to work together. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to address the Senate here in the great state of Washington. And so I didn't know much about policy back then. And I was trying to learn and figure out how, the whole system works, because, starting from the local leadership and all the elected officials from the city, all the way to the governor and so on and so forth. And so we addressed the Senate, and so they were passing a bill. It was a gun bill, I think, at that particular time. And within seconds, they passed it. And so I'm thinking, wait a minute. So it just took a couple of seconds for these guys to change our lives like that? And then somebody put me on the side and said, no, no, no. It's a long journey. It started a long time ago. A lot of strides and a lot of hardships and back and forth. And so to your point, if you have to encourage women who have tried and they've failed because they're thinking the journey is too long, what would you say to encourage them when it comes to some of the issues that affect women, when it comes to education, housing, and all these things that affect them on a larger scale?
Don't give up, persevere. And I was reminded when you were talking about a bill that we just passed in Georgia about a month ago, and that was a hate crimes bill. For 20 years, we've been trying to pass a hate crime bill in the state of Georgia. And we were one of only 5 other states that didn't have a hate crimes bill. And they said it would never happen. But when we had a lot of incidences, all of a sudden, people were seeing that we did have people who were committing hate crimes, and there needed to be some strong legislation to stop it. So we passed it, and people are still shaking their heads saying, how did that happen? Well, we persevered. We stuck with it, and then other things happened. Young man had to get killed as a result by 2 people who chased him and said that he was a criminal because he was jogging, just because he was Black. We knew that was a hate crime, and it was caught on film. Who would go think? Well, now that we have social media and everybody has a phone, things are changing. And so people don't give up. I've been tried and tested over and over and over again, and I never give up. I get disappointed sometimes when it doesn't happen, but another thing, we have to listen. We can't think that our idea is the only one, and this is if it doesn't pass or doesn't succeed, then that's it. No, you have to stick with it and listen to other people, because you don't know everything, and we can't know anything, even though we might think we do. And so what we have to do is just stop, listen, put our heads together. 2 heads are better than one.
Absolutely. Now, Senator, you mentioned social media. If folks are watching right now, those of some of the folks that got the inspiration from you hearing you speak, if they're trying to connect with you and support your legacy and everything else, how can they connect with you?
Oh, they can connect with me by going to my website, for example, Senator Donzella James 35.com.
35
yes,
for your district.
Yes. Senator Donzella James 35.com.
All for your age. All for your age.
I like that. Hey.
We can spin it whichever way, right?
I got a son over 40, but
it doesn't matter. It's 35. So you just let
was born before
it right there.
Before I was born.
Right.
But
no, thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead.
But it's another way to do it too. You can always Google Senator Donzella James and go to the state of Georgia and look on our Georgia website, and all of the legislators are there, including myself, and all my numbers are there, and I actually answer or call people back. So if you're trying to reach me, I will email you or get back with you, even if I have to do it through my staff first and then I come, because I want to hear what you have to say. And
Right.
so that's another thing we must do. We must never get too important to forget that other people are out there, and we need to come together and answer the calls.
Absolutely. I love what you just said, coming together and starting early. This is why we love the Justina Mutale Foundation, because they're targeting the young ladies to make sure that they instill the positivity while they're still young. So I appreciate you for taking your time and so for being so patient, sitting backstage. And I saw you, nodding, enjoying, those that came before you. But we truly, truly appreciate you. And you are a treasure for the community, not just in Georgia, but across the nation and now across the world. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. And I want to thank the host of the show. She was just magnificent. Keep up the good work. And I can't wait to use her book as a guide to continue to move forward in Georgia.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You heard it here first. Thank you, Senator. We'll see you. God bless and be safe over there in Georgia. Okay.
Thank you. And God bless you all. Keep on fighting. Together, we will succeed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. You have a good night, and we'll see you soon. All right. Those of you that are watching, we thank you for sticking around with us. And as we transition on, we have other folks that joined us. Larissa, welcome back. Mr. Mark, welcome back. And Mida, welcome back. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to transition into the next program, and that will be the winding part of the program for tonight. It feels like we should do this almost every day, but unfortunately it takes a lot of time and scheduling different things. So but this is the beginning, so hopefully we can keep this going. So stay tuned. We'll be right back, and when we transition back, you're gonna get a chance to talk to Mida as she talks to the rest of the folks. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Looking in the jaws of death, we reach for saving hand. No help will come from them. The Lord is coming. While the Red Sea's closing in, there's no safety in almighty horses. Can you feel the changing wind? Behold the crashing waves. The Savior's on his way. The Lord is coming. Hurry, hurry, he's coming, coming. Bring us to the promised land. Oh, glory, glory, we reach for saving hands. No help could come from man. The Lord is coming. All you people of the land, down beneath the weight of all your sorrows, run away while you still can. There's no guarantee we'll see tomorrow. The doors are open wide. Surrender to the light. The Lord is coming. He's coming, coming. Hurry, hurry. Bring us to the promised land. Oh, glory, glory. We reach for saving hands. No help could come from man. The Lord is coming. We're like Daniel in the den, while the waves are crashing in. All you people of the land, thank you.
Hi, Larissa.
Hi, Mita.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine. It must be morning or afternoon over there.
It's evening here. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, but if you remember, we started at 5 o'clock in the morning. So it's been a long but wonderful day today.
Wonderful day, yes. So you are ready for the fireside chat?
I'm looking forward to this fireside chat.
Yeah, and so we had the one. Did you have a chance to look at hear the first one, which we had for living the legacy? And
I
now,
did.
yes,
I've been here all day long today. I'm not sure I can get up out of this chair anymore.
yeah. It looks like, you know, this perpetual thing has been so inspiring. Hello, Mark.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. How are you?
I'm excellent.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Larissa. How are you?
I'm well, and you?
Excellent. So happy to be here.
Well, I'm happy to have you here. It's been a long day, and I know everybody's probably tired of seeing me today, but I have been looking forward to this fireside chat on young women and girls navigating technology in the digital age, most especially because I get to do it with my dear friend, Mark Demers, who is a senior director at SAS Global Industries in Cary, North Carolina. And he is not only one of my closest and dearest friends, but when it comes to technology, he truly is an innovative mind and a champion of diversity and inclusiveness in the world of technology. And Mark, I'm thrilled to be able to be here with you today.
And I am humbly thankful to be here. What a great event. I've tuned in and out of a lot of the day, and it's what an incredibly important event. And I honor the International Day of the Girl, and congratulations to Her Excellency Dr. Justina Mutale on an amazing day at an event, the launch of her new book, and to be here with you, Larissa, is very special. So viewers should also know, though, you're talking about me, that you are also a very accomplished and incredible leader and passionate about representing the underrepresented and non-privileged and sometimes forgotten women. And I have enormous respect and admiration for all that you do, unselfishly do. So now I'm sucking up to you, and I know that's not going to work. So go easy on me as a male about to speak to women.
You know, the fact that you're here as a male is a very important part of today and the dialogue. So I'm thrilled to be able to talk with you.
So let me start out saying that when I learned I was going to speak among such an esteemed group of speakers who filled your screens and the airwaves today, and ATV did a phenomenal job too. I was appreciative, but then it sunk in and I was OMG. I'm like a little scared, and I thought I'd feel a little out of place. But then after I listened to Dr. Regina Amadi this morning from Ghana, one of my favorites from today, and then getting to meet Maria AI Bot, the first AI teaching assistant, and Dr. Billy talk about the importance of STEM, I felt more at home. And I work for an amazing computer company that you mentioned, SAS. We're the world leader in analytics. In fact, tomorrow marks my 17th year anniversary at SAS. And
congratulations.
Thank you. And my company empowers and inspires customers around the world to transform data into intelligence, much like we're talking about today a little bit. So just this week, we were announced again to be in the top 10 of the companies to work for in the world by Fortune and Great Place to Work. And we've been consistently on that list. And I mentioned that because I'm fortunate to work for this great tech company. And I think that some of the innovations that we do as a company, we're going to talk a little bit about today as the panel goes, our fireside chat goes. So I'm comfortable talking about analytics, machine learning, AI, computer vision, all these different things. But I've spent my career in technology, and I've been blessed by how I was raised by my mother and my oldest sister, and for my very first job in industry to have strong women leaders in my life and career, I've never known anything else. So women leaders have given me a lot of the wisdom that I have to lead as a servant leader, and also have given me passion to hire and mentor and advance women, as I've done, throughout my career. So, but I've only hired the best for the job. So many of those people have moved on now to be vice presidents at various companies, I'm proud to say. And so executives across the C-suite are under enormous pressure, as you know, Larissa, to get things right. But how can things be right if still so much is wrong with inequality, right? With gender inequality and equal pay and diversity, all the things we heard from today. And companies have got to get this right. What's been wrong still for far too long. So thank you again for having me. Thanks to the audience for tuning in for the whole day as well. I feel like I should have shaved again. I've been here so long. So it's great to be able to tie everything together for the day too. So I look forward to our chat.
Well, I'm thrilled to be here. And technology is a passion of mine as a principal partner in technology parks that were being developed around the world. For me as a woman in tech, we are now starting to see that we have an opportunity to assume a greater role in technology. And why do you see this as a good time for women to embrace their position as change makers and innovators and leaders in the field of technology?
Well, so I wanted to speak today because of all the strife going on around us the world over. And these are polarizing times, and COVID only adds to the melee, right? So personally, though, I feel that it's an opportunistic time and a time for women to take charge and to move up in all levels, girls, K through 12, and in the workplace and socially. And women, frankly, are better for these tumultuous times. And so let me tell you why I think, using some keywords where women, I think, have better innate traits and characteristics than that help them to lead better during these times. So to start, the first word is smile, right? So research shows that the average woman smiles 62 times a day, and the average man smiles only 8. And so that's funny, but true. And 48% of adults think a smile is the most memorable feature when they meet someone for the first time. So in these times, we can all use a little more smiling, and women smile more than men. The next word is trust. And Edelman is a world-class communications agency, and they do an annual study. They've done it for 20 years now. It's called the Edelman Trust Barometer, and it has revealed that none of the societal institutions that they study, government, business, and media, are trusted. We all know that. And the cause of this paradox is found in people's fears about the future and their role in it. So it's a wake-up call for us to embrace a new way of effectively building trust, balancing competence and ethical behavior. Another word is authentic. And I saw in another study that, customers, all of us, feel like brands don't care about them. Customers feel that they're treated more as a number than a person. And women are authentic, caring, smile, and are trusted. And the last word is passion. And so now, to speak about passion, I had to go to a friend who knows a lot about passion, as she's from Ecuador, and passion runs through Ecuadorians' veins. And so she goes by Polly. Polly herself has been through a lot as a woman, and you've heard a lot of stories today about people like Polly. And she moved to America from Ecuador years ago. She had 2 children. She couldn't speak English and therefore not even work. She got divorced, separated from her children, and now her 2 boys are back with her. They're both in college. She rebuilt her life, speaks fluent English, is a respected leader at her company. And I asked her about her journey and what made her who she is today. And she told me her Aunt Cecilia. So bear with me, because I'm going to tell you the story that Polly told me about Aunt Cecilia and how she used to have certain sayings. And so I'm going to tell you the stories through her words. So, solo hablando en English, no español. So I'm going to tell you in English, but here they go. So Aunt Cecilia used to say, when people tell me that I cannot do something because I'm short, because I'm a woman, or because I'm poor, I always question myself if it's worth listening to the others or listening to my gut. I always have to listen to my gut. I grew up facing social paradigms for being born as a woman. I feel that my genuine creativity was challenged, but nobody was able to destroy it. Curiosity has been my best friend. It helped me understand why there's things that women can do and cannot, and made me understand that men and women are different on purpose. And I never gave up when men tried to push me down. When men didn't listen to me, I wrote. When they chose to ignore me, I gathered the facts, and other men and women helped me publish my ideas. The men who once tried to push me down, now they respect me and follow my directions. Polly said that her Aunt Cecilia came from a small town to a big city with a limited budget to become a computer science engineer. The only woman in her class to graduate with honors from ESPE in 1998, one of the most recognized universities in Quito, Ecuador. She's a lifelong learner, like a lot of people on this call today. And subsequently, she went on to get a master's in quality and productivity, master's in software engineering. She's a published author now with several books and computer science director at the same university. And she's been married for over 30 years, mother of 3 amazing children. All of them hold master's degrees, and they speak 3 languages. And it's an incredible story. So I felt like I had to tell you that, because women of all backgrounds keep asking and trying to understand, about what journey they're on. And it's good to relate to difficult journeys that a lot of people have been on and how they overcome those journeys. And I think what probably is the summary to that story is curiosity gives us the opportunity to explore, discover, share, and lead with facts.
Well, and determination too.
Determination.
That's an important part of that story and that journey. And that's one of those stories that women should tuck away in the back of their minds for those times when they encounter those hurdles or have to make the determination to go down a path that they choose or a path that others choose for them. And it's and that's one of those really powerful messages to inspire us all, especially as women. So let's talk about STEM.
STEM. Yes.
STEM. It's important to me, as a partner in technology parks, but not from the actual application aspect of it. But it's important for you because it's an innate part of what you do every day. With women and girls representing half of the population and therefore half of the potential, it's so important to empower girls and promote gender equality and rights and encourage STEM, because STEM has a huge multiplier effect. Can you share with me your views on STEM, Mark?
Yeah, so let's be honest, Larissa. There's never been a time in the world where so many problems needing diverse people to come together to solve issues now and for generations, right? So in today's world where things are so technical, they're becoming more and more complex. Life is moving at just an infinite light speed, and knowledge of science or math, tech, or engineering is the basis for tomorrow's world. Yet, according to Harvard Business Review, 52% of women in STEM leave the field or never come back. And the reasons, such as being the only woman on the team, or feeling stalled in a career, or feeling extreme work pressures with no flexibility, play a part in the decision. But let's talk about the elephant in the room. Girls grow up and become women. Women have children and hit the pause button on their careers, and more often they never hit the play button again. And it's because work environments aren't built, they're not compatible with young mothers. And worse yet, women fear not getting or keeping their jobs, so they completely put off having children. And this is validated with women that I work with and how their education and careers have unfolded. And we've talked about this before too, you and I. So these women shared with me their stories. They told me many times throughout their education and careers, they were the only women on the team, but they also said that's what motivated them to succeed. And so we're at an inflection point for women in STEM industries in general, and our success, honestly, in analytics is particular. It can be used as a standard bearer for the movement, and we need to give voice to this success. The drain on female participation in STEM begins in the early years, where girls begin to demonstrate less interest than boys in science and math. And it's a common myth that because they're wired differently, girls have less mathematical aptitude. But the truth is that girls routinely outperform boys on mathematics tests. So it's not aptitude that's keeping girls out of STEM, it's attitude. And we must erase the notions of men's work and women's work at the source of the pipeline by offering girls strong role models and exposure to learning opportunities in the context that encourages STEM excellence instead of discouraging it. SAS has always promoted a corporate culture of diversity and fairness. And frankly, there's probably 50 people or 100 people at SAS that should be here speaking with you on this esteemed panel today. But it's why at SAS, powerful women leaders that I'm referring to started the Women's Initiative Network. And it's this strong community of 1,000 SAS employees worldwide that empower, encourage, and inspire women to pursue excellence in careers and fulfillment in their personal lives. And members act as ambassadors for SAS and STEM careers, sharing their time, expertise, doing the mentoring thing that we talked about, and expanding their networks and showcasing thought leadership and attracting women to careers in science and technology. And we're not the only ones that do that. There are lots of those organizations out there, and people need to search for them and get involved in them.
You know, now let's talk about something that is a very important part of STEM, and that's the A in STEM, which makes it STEAM, and that's analytics. You know, analytics is a great gateway from STEM for girls for many of the same reasons that women are comparatively well represented in the discipline. It appeals to the female wiring. You know, analytics is concerned with a solution to a contextual problem more than the mechanics of solving it. It's horizontal in nature. It creates opportunities for a breadth of engagement, learning, influence. It leans on soft skills and a disposition to connect people. While men still outnumber women in the field of analytics, there are plenty of opportunities for women. Can you elaborate on this further, since analytics is such an important part of our way forward?
Yeah, now Larissa, now you're talking my language, right? So I bet a lot of people, though, don't know that the first person to write an algorithm was a woman in the 19th century. It was Ada Lovelace. And she became the first programmer in history a century before computers were even invented. In fact, many of the pioneers in the world of programming were women, and they were considered better at what's referred to as electronic numeric integrator and computer, ENIAC. And as part of a secret World War II project, 6 women programmed the first electronic computer, and their names were omitted when it was presented to the public in 1946 because of all the issues we've been talking about today. But in today's times, companies are striving for gender diversity, and we're seeing more and more programs designed for women in data, such as work groups, conferences like this, online communities to increase women in the field of data and analytics. And why wouldn't you want to get on board with this movement, as it's referred to in media and in education and universities as the sexiest job of the 21st century. And since there's a shortage of skills in this space, the right skill set and approach can almost guarantee employment at a high pay rate. So wisdom knows how to tear down and build. Incompetence can destroy, but skills build up. SAS also has another group called the Women in Analytics Network, and it's a networking program aimed to strengthen the diversity in the analytics field. And this program leverages the values of authenticity, the values of work-life integration and passion to build a community of women who are interested in and advocate for women in analytics. Our audience is anyone wishing to contribute to or build a career in analytics. Now, I've got another story, if I can indulge you, that I'd like to tell about someone that I know in the technology industry, and I hope that I don't cry telling it. But I asked her this week, given how you came into the tech sector and overcame challenges and persevered, and the fact that you're raising 3 young ladies, what do you hope changes most so that your children can be all they can be as women leaders? And these are her words. I grew up in a family that was lower middle class. I was the youngest of 4 children. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. My parents never went to college. My father was verbally abusive, alcoholic, prone to domestic violence. Most of my life I spent in fear. And as a result, I suffer from anxiety and depression. I knew I didn't want to have my life stay the way it was, and that no man would ever treat me the way my father treated my mother. Even as a young child, I knew that I had to change something. The only thing that I had the power to do was study hard and make good grades. And so math came easy to me because mainly I could do it while listening to music or watching TV, and thus blocking out the yelling. English was harder because you really had to have quiet time and think. With math also came interest in science, thus STEM really spoke to me. When I mentioned I was going to be a math major in college, my dad actually said, quote, "What the hell will you do with that?" Needless to say, he didn't encourage my studies. The reason I share this is that my childhood wasn't easy, but it taught me many things about being a woman. It taught me that you have to be resilient, determined, and persevere. Overall, it taught me to not believe that men are better than me. In fact, it made me more determined to prove them wrong. Now that I have 3 wonderful daughters, I share with them my life stories so that they can understand that you can have the tenacity to improve your life. It is in your hands. Try your hardest to overcome obstacles and do your best. Don't be intimidated. So there's always hope for the future. There are better for women. And that we will not be intimidated by being the only of a few girls in STEM classes, or that we won't get ignored by male colleagues in meetings when they try to state their opinion, or that male colleagues don't take credit for the work or make comments about their clothes or body. However, there is also educating young women to be persistent, determined, and tenacious. And so I try to raise my girls to be confident in their abilities and intelligence, and I celebrate their success and encourage their interest. And I share with them the work that I do, the journey that I've been on.
Wow. As the mother of a daughter who has been an outstanding achiever in the field of STEM, and recognizing that she didn't have nearly as much to overcome, that story is exceptionally powerful.
Heart-wrenching.
Wow. I almost don't know what to say. Let's talk about the pandemic. What a segue.
Yeah, there's a segue, huh? Yeah. From one sad story to another, right?
Exactly. One sad story to another. You know, recently you and I were talking and we were discussing the COVID-19 pandemic, and you said something to me that I want to explore further, and that's that you thought the pandemic was potentially a good opportunity for women in the workplace, which is a bit of a non-conventional way of looking at things. But can you elaborate a little bit further on why you think that this could potentially be an accelerator for women?
Yeah, and you can challenge me on this, and I know you probably will.
You know, I will.
So now all the women, right, and the girls that are tuning in are saying, well, so now we know why a guy was invited. He's crazy, right? So, but so it's nothing scientific or anything. But my theory is that women at work, in a face-to-face work environment, that is, the woman has to dress like a woman, put makeup on, is subject to more unconscious biases, how they look, dress, how much they weigh, are they having a bad hair day, right? Versus when they're working at home and having digital meetings all day long, that goes away. So I love being on video conference calls now and seeing babies on laps and kids interrupting meetings and getting to know people on a whole different level. And since the husband's home too, they can share the kid duty. So digital meetings, to me, tilt back the scales of justice. Now all workers are looked at the same. We're listening more to one another rather than making visual appearance-based judgments. And what's more, while COVID-19 has caused major disruption to our working lives in the short term, it's also likely to change the way that we work in the long term. And responses to a McKinsey global study of 800 executives said that a disruptive period of workplace changes lies ahead because of the acceleration of automation, digitization, and other trends. So everyone now knows how to use video conference. Companies have upgraded technologies. Honestly, even today, right? It was amazing when the whole COVID thing broke out and people were working from home and the internet didn't blow up and break. So it was amazing. So people can chat now, share documents easily, ubiquitous. And this, my friends, is another advantage to the up and coming generation who were born with iPads, iPhones in their hands and gaming. So it's an equalizer, in my opinion. So what say you, Larissa?
You know, well, you and I have debated this, and there are some areas in this where we can definitely spend a great deal of time debating. But
yeah.
One of your statements that you said is perhaps one of the most powerful statements that I've heard all day, and that's digital meetings tilt back the scales of justice. And, you know, this period, this very transformational period, is really going to shape the future of business. And, you know, we can't go back to normal because normal was clearly our problem. And as we navigate a new norm, you know, and while I do agree and disagree a bit with the equalizer of digital meetings, I do want to point out that all of the funny videos that have been played on the news and so forth are always men who seem to forget to put on their pants or say something wrong or do something off camera. Let's just,
with a mute
you know,
button.
put
You're
that
on mute,
there.
right? We heard that today. You're on mute, right?
No, it's you're absolutely right. And we're going to have to get used to this new means of communicating. But you know, technology is the way forward, and I do see that this is a great opportunity for women in tech. And for sure, Mark, it's been an absolute pleasure to be the one to have this discussion with you, because you are a very dear friend of mine, and I have huge respect for you. So thank you.
Thank you, Larissa.
Thank you, both of you. That was a very interesting and informative conversation. You know, some of the folks that they can't go to bed, you know, those in the UK, because it was interesting. So they kept listening and listening. So thank you so much, Mark, for, you know, writing it out until the end of the night, you know.
Yeah, thank
so
you,
great.
Davies.
Yeah.
Great job on you guys' part.
Absolutely. So Mark, if anyone is trying to connect with you, how can people reach out to you? You know, you inspired a lot of people along the way. So how can people reach out to you?
Yeah, thank you. I am simply mark.demers at sas.com.
That's easy enough. They can find you. They can find you. That's great. Yeah, let's support
and don't
Mark.
Forget, LinkedIn is the new business card. So I'm sure you can find each and every one of the speakers today on LinkedIn.
Absolutely. And Larissa, you know, you did such an amazing job today, you know, and just your energy is amazing. You know, your intelligence is just, you know, kudos to you. Thank you so much for everything you've done. And, you know, you're actually investing in the community where you come from. So that's what it's all about. It's really, you know, keeping everything, you know, circulating, balancing the ecosystem, if you will. So we appreciate you both. And as we wind down, I want to give you the opportunity, Mark, any last words from you as we wind down?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would just say that my call out to business leaders is that I asked you to raise your game, right? Everybody's doing diversity training and all this stuff, but in these times, it's necessary to go beyond diversity and inclusion, and it should be more than just a policy. In fact, right? Research shows that employees feel their voices heard are more likely to perform their best work. So I would say to business leaders that we got to get on with it, right? We have to really make this a massive movement, and,
Right.
and now is the time to do it.
You're absolutely right. You know, you said it
Amen.
all.
Thank you. As a
You
woman,
said it
thank
all.
you for saying that.
It's beyond just a diversity training and all that, because we've already sold over that, and it's
Yeah.
time to engage into something different.
Exactly.
AI is not even an option. You know, like you gotta be a part of that. You know, it's not even a question. You know, AI has to be included. So we thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and keep us updated with all the endeavors that you're going through. And you know, I think it'll be great to come around and inform the people on all the developments as we, you know, move forward in business and things like that. So thank you so much.
Guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Larissa, you know, how was your day? What was the most interesting thing that you experienced, you know, throughout the day today?
You know, I've had the honor and privilege of talking with so many thought leaders and innovators and change makers. And the one common denominator that we see is that we are recognizing the value of a woman and the value of the girl. And I salute Justina Mutale and the Justina Mutale Foundation. And one of the most important reasons is that we've included men in this dialogue. And that's one of the most important ways that we're going to be able to shape the future.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Very well said. You know, to be honest with you, I didn't know much about, you know, women. I had to learn when I had the daughter. And then I started now picking interest to really understand, you know, what it means to be a woman. And so there are so many layers. A woman is not just strong in one aspect of life. It's everything, you know, it's everything. You know, talk about pain tolerance, right? You know, it's basic on the basic level. I could be screaming at the top of my head, but you guys are strong from every level you can talk about. And, you know, we just truly, truly thank you for just making this day what it's supposed to be and beyond. And people are just looking forward to some more. If you look at the comments, just take your time. As much as it took us all this time, you know, people just, you know, sucked it all and just had a great time. And Mita, thank you so much. So I'll ask both of you to hang out just a little bit, you know, in a green room. Don't leave yet. I know you have to go, Larissa, as well. Same thing for you, Mita, but just hang out just for a little bit, and then we'll get back to you in just a second. All right. I will see you shortly here. And, you know, we can't do this without really giving an opportunity to this amazing
You know,
woman.
in the green room, don't.
Of course, she's busy enjoying like the rest of us in the back. I had to turn off your microphone. It's been amazing to have you, and just everything that you've done. Congratulations on the book. If you are watching and listening to us, let's take you back and just show you the book cover. You know, you have the opportunity to grab that while you can. If you go to Amazon, you can look up the book, The Art of Iconic Leadership. If you are a leader, that's a no-brainer. You gotta get that. You gotta get that. So thank you so much for all your success and just touching so many people's lives throughout your life, and just most importantly for what you've done across these 2 days, across the globe, if you will. So I'm gonna mute your mic. Probably you need to
That's it.
turn off whatever you have going on in the back there, because I know you're doing a million things.
And just touching so many people's lives throughout your life, and just most importantly for what you've done across these 2 days, across the globe, if you will.
Okay.
So I'm gonna mute your mic.
I'm gonna let you address us by yourself, because I know you have a million things running at the same time. So here we go.
Thank you very much, Davies.
Across these 2 days.
Whoa, what a day! I have no words. So much has been done. We've had so much wisdom, so much enlightenment, so much learning, so much information. Thank you so much positive energy. I'm very grateful. I'd like to thank all the world leaders that joined us today. I'd like to thank all the world leaders that joined us today, all our distinguished speakers, both ladies and gentlemen, and of course our little young speakers, 9-year-old Zuri and 10-year-old Ayati. They were absolutely brilliant. I think it is important that if the world is to move forward in a positive way, we truly need to empower young women and girls, because they are the future. They hold the world on their shoulders, and as it's been said several times, a world that lives on half its capacity, half its human potential, half its economic potential is one that is bound to fail. So we are hoping for a 50-50 planet, and we are glad that we have people that can help us do this. And I'm grateful to everybody that stayed with us, that came in to contribute for their insights, and also everyone else that has been there watching us today. Thank you, and thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Okay, so did you have two devices going at the same time?
I don't know where the other device was coming from, but there was a lot of sound going on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Either way, we got the message. Larissa, I'll bring you back here, and Mida, so I wanted you guys to say a few words to Dr. Justina here, but it sounds like because she had a couple devices going at the same time, so I think that's the feedback we're getting. But we get the message. She's done a fantastic job. So Larissa, I'll give you the opportunity to help us close it. You heard what Her Excellency said, and what would you say in closing to make sure that people consume the message that she was trying to convey?
You're muted.
And she really is a true leader and an advocate for women. When I look at this very tumultuous century, which has been declared the century of women by the United Nations, and I always say in their infinite wisdom, they gave us the most difficult and challenged century in the world because they know that women are the ones that can solve the problems. What Justina Mutale has done today and the Justina Mutale Foundation is to bring us together and really start an important dialogue. Because as we navigate the disruption caused by COVID-19 and the challenges that we're having around the world, this is an opportunity for us to step into a new era, do a pivot, change the way we move forward. This is an opportunity for us to innovate and really be the shapers of the future. And I salute everyone that was here today, and most especially Justina Mutale for being one of the change makers and innovators of this UN declared century of women.
Thank you so much, Larissa. We truly appreciate you. And Mida, real quickly, I know that you've stayed up late as well. For us in the United States, it's not too late, but for you, it's we don't know what time that is. But thank you so much for being patient and just staying calm throughout the process.
Yeah, it was most pleasure to be part of this global consciousness, raising this level of consciousness higher, to that frequency of working together towards women empowerment, towards girls' education. Justina Mutale Foundation is doing a lot with the underprivileged girls from African continent and to give them the opportunity to study abroad. And most of the time, if also full scholarship is available, almost all the time we don't get any flights paid, so we have to pay for that. And imagine Justina has done this because she has that inner confidence that all people, everyone she is involved in this, is looking forward to and working towards this goal of UN 2030 goal of sustainable development, of Beijing mission as well. Beijing, what we had discussed in that forum as well. So she has got that inner confidence when she's a true leader, to have trust, because a leader, usually wants to set an example by doing something. So she has set an example that there is this urge in everyone. And if I can give everyone equal importance to take it out and to pour it out so that some actions can come into picture for it to bring to fruition, and these goals are achieved, and it has happened. So this was the kickoff, and we'll have more of this.
Absolutely, absolutely. So those of you that missed out, if you want to connect with the foundation, the website is right there on the screen, justinamtalifoundation.org. If you're trying to connect with the movie, check out the movie. If you missed the presentation of that, check out Pioneers in Skirts, and it's just a brilliant, brilliant movie that's uplifting, and just an amazing opportunity for us to continue to support the endeavors of lifting women. So Larissa, Mida, I thank you, and Dr. Mutale, thank you for just being all weather friends. You're family to her, she said, and so we thank you so much. This has been a presentation of Justina Mutale Foundation World Summit on Women and Girls, powered by Channel A TV. So we thank you, all of you, for staying with us. If you're watching from India, from Europe, from Africa, thank you so much. God bless you. Stay safe. And this is not the last time that you see us. Most importantly, I wouldn't leave without mentioning the book again. Check it out, The Art of Iconic Leadership. You can find it at Amazon and everywhere you can find a book. So thank you so much. I am Davies Chirwa signing out. Thank you. God bless. And we'll see you soon.